Leah, if you're there, are we waiting on Alex? Pujar?
Good morning, Kaylee. Actually, you know what? Josh is going to join us today.
Oh, Josh is? Okay.
But you know what? I'll take just about anybody at this point. So
I know I don't see anyone else.
whoever hops on, we can have them help you with consent. But I did make you co-host. So you're able to share whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hey, John. John, you might be my lucky co-consent reviewer.
Okay. So this project's on consent.
Yeah, I'll get to the beginning. Are the applicants here for the item C1?
I'm trying to find,
Take a look at the participant list.
I don't see them on, so we could switch to item 2. I have it pulled up and I see those applicants on.
Oh, you know what, Kaylee, give me just a sec. Nicole, are you here for item C1?
Sorry, I'm here for Isla Vista. I'm not sure which item that is.
Yes.
The one we're looking at.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay, give me just a second. Let me promote you to a panelist. All right, Nicole, you should be good to go. It looks like Kaylee has a plan for you. So whenever you guys want to get started.
Nicole, there weren't any comments other than that it looked like a nice project. So here, I can read the official comment. Well conceived and executed project. So if there's anything new that you wanted us to look at, otherwise we'll just scroll through.
That sounds good. No, we don't really have anything new, just additional details.
Okay. John, do you want me to scroll through architecture to any specific?
no, I mean, we approved it. It has no more comments on it. So I think we just approve it.
Just make sure it's all there. Okay. All right, we will approve it when we get into the meeting. I'll just scroll through the pages just for.
The next one has some comments.
Yes. All right. Okay, so Nicole will make our motion in the meeting.
Okay, great.
Okay, moving on to item C2. I can read those comments. The Neff new dwelling. Well executed project, landscape solutions are acceptable, appreciates leaving the sand in place. One member believes landscape volume is insufficient. Concrete color is acceptable and consider making the deck less linear.
Okay. What about the landscape? Robin, what changes did you make to that? Did you add to that?
No, we left it as presented. The landscape, I recall the landscape, I mean, it says landscape solutions are acceptable. One member believes landscape volume is insufficient, but I could argue that's an internal courtyard that Chris was talking about that nobody can see. And we have trees, we have volume up above that along the property line. So we left that, and then making the deck less linear. Again, I think that's a comment related to the interior courtyard. and we'll take it under advisement, but it has no public view impact, nothing like that. That's in that area of that interior courtyard, I think, where Chris also mentioned that.
Yeah.
It was in here that
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was absent from the last hearing, but this was what it was related to. Okay.
Yeah, Kelly, exactly.
Yeah, we've taken the hedging volume that was on the ground plane and essentially have put it vertical up in the air with trees instead to screen a second story. And
Okay.
the first story would be screened by just a fence.
Okay. Okay, John, do you have any other questions?
No. Is that landscaping acceptable to you, Kaylee?
I think so, because of they're trying to keep it as natural and native to the sand and beach. So,
Well, it's,
I appreciate that they are screening this corner. I felt like that. Last I saw this was in concept, so it's changed a little bit since then, but I think that'll be effective. And I don't mind the sparse planting in the sand area, so.
okay, well, it's a well-executed project, and so we'll be looking forward to it.
Yeah,
So we'd approve that then, okay?
yes, and we'll approve it when we're on that
Yeah.
item.
Yeah, we have to have the meeting officially started, so.
Yeah. So Robin and Chris, you can hang around for that, or, it'll just be made official then.
Okay, all right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kelly. Thanks, John.
Thank you, guys. Okay.
Good morning, y'all.
Morning.
Morning, Robert.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, sure thing. I got back from Yosemite late last night, so I'm here.
See, it looks like we have Josh. Is Chris absent today, Leah, or is he?
Yes, Chris is out today.
Yeah, he's out today.
Yes, Chris is
Okay.
out today.
Is Josh in charge?
I think the only one we're missing still is Val, but we do have a quorum, so if we want to get started, that's fine as well.
Let's just wait for Val. I need 5 minutes here to get ready for this.
Okay.
Chris is not going to be here.
I guess not. So Josh, I'll do the files for you if you want.
Okay.
Okay. I'm having a problem with my sound. I'm gonna jump off and come back on. I'll try to restart.
Okay, Josh, do you want us to wait? To get started? Because Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually having an issue with your sound, Leah. Or maybe
Me
it's
too.
mine.
So let me just restart. I'll jump back on in a second. I'm gonna try something here.
And you
There's
know
a
what?
little echo going on with a few people.
I'll do the same. Alex, I'm gonna make you, Alex Tuttle, I'm gonna make you the host of the meeting. I'm gonna log out and then log back in, okay?
Okay.
Oh, it sounds fine now. Is it? Did it?
It does sound-
You actually sound fine now, Leah.
Yeah. Maybe it was Josh.
Yeah, let's blame it on him since he isn't here.
Kent Mixon, I see that you're on now. We reviewed yours and moved it to approve during the meeting item, so the agenda item.
Cool, thanks, Kaylee. I talked to I talked to Nicole. I didn't realize it was at 8:45, so I came on at 9, but thank
It's
you.
okay. We were super fast.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, apologies. I didn't realize I'm an officially consent reviewer, so I should have been here earlier. So how did you review the consent calendar, Katie?
Yeah, John and I did. Both projects looked fine. They had very minimal comments coming in, so.
Thank you.
So we're waiting for Valerie.
Yeah, and I think Josh is trying to log back on too. Oh, there's Valerie.
There she is.
Hi.
Okay, do we have a quorum?
We do.
I think Josh might be chair today.
Yeah. We don't have chair or vice chair right now. That's the only thing that's holding us back.
Well, Alex, are you gonna assume the chair for the interim?
I could do that until Josh gets into the meeting, right?
Yeah, until Josh gets back.
Okay, I will officially start the meeting of November the 5th. The first item on the agenda is public comment. If there any member of the public willing to speak on an item that is not on the agenda? Do we have any speakers, Leah?
Mr. Chair, we do not. Give me just a second and let me check in with Mr. Kent. Stephen, you were here to make a comment on a specific item, weren't you?
Was.
Okay, awesome, perfect. Just checking in. Mr. Chair, we do not have any requests to speak for general public comment.
Great, thank you. So we'll move on to the agenda status report.
Mr. Chair, we do not have any changes to today's standard agenda.
Right. Okay, then let's look at the minutes of October 15th. Can you put them on the screen? Are you driving the screen, Kaylee? Yeah.
Yes, I am. Let me switch it over 1 second.
Yeah, okay, all right. So there we go.
1 second. Okay,
There we go. Okay, so let's go to 7, item 1. There we go. Any problem with that? Are we good with 1? Yeah.
I was already reviewed on consent, so I would say yes.
Yeah, so been approved.
Okay, so 2, how about 2?
Well,
Yeah, that's mostly what was focused on was the planters.
yeah, I think that, the proposed planners, instead of lacking, would say are too small or insufficient or inadequate or.
Okay, how about inadequate?
Yeah, inadequate. It's good.
Okay,
Okay, Okay, number 3, the Torito Road. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mhm. How about 4th? This is the Camino al Sur. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think about letter B? Because it's kind of vague.
I don't recall. Was that a request or was that just an idea, a suggestion?
Wow.
Because right now it looks like a suggestion.
Yeah.
I wasn't here, but Robert, do you know if that was a comment from you or Chris?
Well, yeah, I mean, the site didn't really have any.
Didn't have any
landscape.
landscape.
Oh,
So I think the recommendation was just kind of in the area of where they were making modifications to
Right.
re-landscape the entire site.
Right. Right. How about develop minimal landscape improvements around patios and walkways?
Or, yeah, or improve landscaping around walkways and patios.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, improve landscape around walkway and patios. Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, let's go then to the, we have 6. Well, that's
Yeah, 6B, you know, I think it says appreciate solutions for neighbor, you know, I think the board
okay.
appreciates the solutions to neighbors' concerns over use.
Okay. Right, how about 7 here? This is the Monroe place. Yeah. That's the yeah, that's the vacant property between the 2 encroaching neighbors. Yeah.
Yeah.
These are good minutes, very, very nicely done.
Mhm.
Thank you.
No, I sort of think this project was just a sketch. And I think that the building itself is going to evolve as we go along here. I think that, you know, it's a difficult project. And I think that this was really a stab at just establishing a program or a schematic to proceed with.
Right.
Okay, so 7 looks fine, and 8 is nothing, so we're good. Okay, can somebody make a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as
Is there a
shown.
second? Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And now we have the Chair Bloom will take, Chair Bloomer will take control. Right?
I'll do my best. All right, let me, I just realized I had the wrong agenda open here. Hold on a second. Okay.
We need to get into the staff members' informational briefings. We can do that now, right?
Yeah, I don't know, it's the same thing as last time. Leah, I just realized I'm looking at October's minutes here. Did you send out, let's see. Come on,
Josh, there's the unapproved minutes in the box, and then there's the
Yeah, I'm
No.
looking at the link from the last meeting, sorry.
Oh, okay.
There we go. There we go. Weird. Leah, can you send that to me again? For some reason, I don't know if I accidentally deleted it or. Oh, wait, here it is.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Okay, this is it. Thought I was ready. Okay, here we go. All right. By the way, anybody have anything they want to brief us on while we're here?
No,
Any briefings? I just wanted to thank those of you who are helping me submit Lori Romano's name for consideration for the Luda Riggs Award this year. I haven't heard confirmation that we were able to get her into that deadline, but if for some reason we don't, we'll definitely try to do that next year. But thanks to all who helped with that. That was great.
Thanks for
Yeah.
having that up, Josh. That was a really
Yeah,
good.
we appreciate that you did that, spearheaded that.
Yeah, I wish I was just going through email and I saw that candidation form and I thought, oh, it was like literally a day before it was due. So, but if not next year, I think it'd be wonderful to have her honored that way. I'm sure seems like a lot of people agree. So, okay. What's next? It's been a while
We
since
have a
I've run
staff update.
That's right. Where's the little agenda that, okay, here we go. Got anything from staff?
No, nothing to report.
Any discussion on coming back into the county? Have you guys had any further progress on that? Leah was you were kind of leading the charge, giving us updates on that. Anything to update us on there?
We did check in on that at the last meeting, and then we'll revisit it again probably at the next meeting, I believe. Is that right, Leah?
You know what, Alex? Because of the weird dates, we may have to actually vote on this item
Today?
almost every meeting, so we'll be voting on this item again. But there is no update as far as location or new technology that's been acquired to make the hearing room a safe space for us. So really nothing has changed.
There was an announcement yesterday that the public health order for mask use indoors is going to continue to be in effect probably for the next month at least.
Yeah, it's been extended.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been extended.
All right. Well, when you have news, you'll give it. So, I'm just stepping back. Was there anything about the agenda status report? Anything about the agenda we need to know about before we get started here?
You know, Mr. Chair, there is no changes to the agenda, but we do need a vote on that item. If you guys can make that.
I think we should stay online until next year, because we're gonna have maybe 2 meetings left or so, I guess 2, right? And might as well and see what happens next year if the COVID is over or not. Anyway, that's my thinking.
All right. Well, so I guess we're just kind of doing a straw vote. So all those in favor of convening in person starting in January of 2022, say aye.
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 Part of it.
Any opposed? Is that what you needed, Leah?
That sounds pretty good to me.
Okay, consent agenda. We had 2 items. Item the pharmacy, cannabis and retail store.
We reviewed it and granted approval, final approval on consent.
Okay. And then we have the Neff dwelling.
And we did this. Sorry, go ahead, John. We gave it final approval on consent as well.
Okay, do you guys want to make a motion for approval of these 2 different final approval for these two different projects?
I'll make a motion to approve item C1 for final.
Okay, all those in favor?
I'll second the motion. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item C2, one of you want to make a motion for that?
I'll make a
Yeah, usually it's for the whole calendar that goes together, unless
Oh,
there are issues with one of the items, right? Like usually we approve the whole.
Yeah.
consent
Oh,
calendar.
okay, sorry.
Yeah, so that's what I thought we did, but you know.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, but it's okay. Let's just do it this way then. You want to make a motion for item C2?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve item C2 for final.
Second,
Okay, who's the second?
I second the motion, yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion's carry. Thank you for getting our consent items done today. Who's it? Kaylee and John, right?
Mhm.
All right, good. Okay, so moving into our standard agenda. And we didn't have any public comment today, did we? I was off. Okay.
Oh,
Not-
No.
I just want to check that, make sure there's nobody's staying. All right, I guess we're on to the standard agenda. Item 1 would be St. John edition. Do we have our applicants here?
Yes.
Okay, welcome. Why don't you go ahead and start your presentation. Just please remember to kind of orient us on where you are on the map.
Okay.
And just kind of, let's see, this item, I'll go through it quickly. Request of Graham Farrar to consider case number 00166 for final approval on, sorry, this is wait, I'm reading, sorry guys. Too many things in front of me today. Okay. Request of Roderick Britton, agent for St. James, St. John, to consider case number 00173 for conceptual review of a 203 square foot addition to the front south elevation of an existing single family dwelling. So doesn't look like a lot of grading and doesn't look like any other information there. It's really germane. So mission, so it's actually, this project's located on 2948 La Cumbadura, and that puts it in the Mission Canyon Community Plan for supervisor district. So can you kind of show us where we are on the map there? You kind of zoom in and just give us an understanding of where this project is.
Yeah, just kind of off Foothill Road. That's first right after you come up Alomar. And that's it. Yeah. And then the Wood Glen retirement home is kind of across the way on La Combadura, and there's one street facing Foothill, and then there were the mirrored property that's on Combadura, La Combadura.
Okay, is everybody kind of clear where we're at here before we move forward? Okay,
Yes.
good. All right, let's give us a brief presentation and
All right. Well, they've got a standard little bungalow over there. It's kind of tight on all property lines, and there's three problems with the existing house a little bit. There's no sense of entry. The dining room is compromised, and then the living room is kind of tiny. When you go to the floor plans, you'll be able to see that a little bit more. Large portion of the living room is taken up with hall, the existing one, the one on the left, the existing portion. So you come into the house, you're just right into the living room, dining room, and kitchen kind of area. So we wanted to create a sense of entry, and so we've kind of pooched out the front of the house, which will allow us to do three things: allow us to give us a sense of entry, allow us to get a proper dining room in there, compromise, it's narrow, and then also allow us to slide all the living room furniture and stuff a little bit to the south on the plan, which will allow the just more room for furniture, because of that's the only access to the back bedrooms is through diagonally through the living room. So
And why don't you kind of focus on the effect that this has on the exterior of the building too?
Okay, it will have very little effect on the front of the building. We're going to the dining room side. We're going to basically take that wall and move it out 4.5 feet, and then in the front we've just got a little balcony with some nano walls, and then a Juliet balcony on it. And then we've added on the side just an access stair and a door. We're taking out an existing window. And that's about it. It's a pretty minuscule little addition.
How many photographs of the area, the remodel?
Yeah, there
addition?
you go.
Okay, good. That's really helpful. Can you hold those up there for a second? And so the garage is under, okay, I see.
Under the living room, under the bedroom.
So to the right of that vehicle, is that just retained earth, or is there a structure
There's a
underneath?
series of retaining walls that leads up to the patio, and then
Show the next picture.
Go to the next picture.
there you go.
There.
So we're
You
just
can
gonna,
see it from the street.
you can't really see it from the street because of the retaining walls that
Well,
go over
but yeah, if you showed the street photo, there you go. That's what it looks like.
And there, I was just asking a question. Is there any structure underneath this deck?
Existing, yes, that was permitted back in, I believe, 2007. They
What
did
is
by a different architect, retaining walls and that front deck. And then they did another time, they did a little same company did a little bathroom addition at the back of the house.
Okay, cool. Any other questions from board members?
On your elevations, those are proposed, correct?
Yes.
They're not existing. Okay.
They've got existing beveled siding. We're just going to try and continue that all the way around. They have a little plaster wainscot.
You know, that deck that's out in front, you know, that's just considered not a structure, just like a patio. Is that it?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Will there be any landscaping impacted by the addition?
There's an existing deep planter in front of the living room, and I've kept it back deliberately so we don't have a full face across there. We're going to have a sort of a narrow planter. It's a pretty thick rosemary. You can see it on the photos right now. We're going to retain that, a portion of it.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Do we have any members of the public that wish to speak on this item? Okay, it sounds like we don't. So move on. I think that's pretty much it for the presentation. So why don't we go through any comments we have from the board? So I'll just start with you, Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, no comments really. It seems like a perfect addition. I was a little bit curious about window B being looks like a door, but I don't know. It's just a suggestion. It seems like it doesn't quite fit the others.
It's kind of those two windows are kind of trying to frame the view. So when you come down the stairs from the inside, you'll have a clear frame view entry. And when you come into the new entry step area, you'll have a frame view, and there's a huge hedge to the right there that you'll just look into a green space.
Right. Yeah, no, yeah. I'm totally in support of the project. I was just curious about that. I think it's really great to go to consent. Anyway, that's my opinion.
Ms. Frosher?
Yeah, I think it's a nice solution to the issues that they were addressing. The front elevation has improved. It's minor. I'd like to see it go final on consent.
Okay, and Kaylee, Ms. Grubb?
I agree with that.
Hey, John?
I agree also.
Okay.
All right, and Mr. Richards, you have anything to add?
I agree. I think it's a good addition.
Right, I'd like to see the applicant come back with a more complete set of documents. Well, let me just say it this way. When you do your elevations, we'd like to see existing and proposed. So the standard way we hold applicants to this pretty consistently is just bring back an elevation showing the existing elevation and then an elevation underneath it showing proposed. So it's easy for the
All right.
reviewer to understand exactly what's transforming on the elevations. I think that should do it. The sections are nice. You could probably move those off to another sheet, but just looks like we're basically focusing on 2 elevations that change. So just give us an existing and proposed. The floor plans are fine and the title sheet looks fine. So and submit that with your photographs, and I think we should be fine. So
All right.
we can agendize this for preliminary final on consent. Is that correct?
Can I add one little thing to that, Josh? If there's any exterior lighting, you should include them just so we can approve whether they're night.
And that's a good point, sir.
Right.
If you do have exterior lighting, it needs to be downward casting and light, dark sky compliant, and you won't. That's one of the things that will hold up your approval if you're proposing any exterior lighting and it doesn't meet those requirements and you haven't documented it exactly the correct way. It won't make it through the process here. You have to
All
come
right.
back. So, anything
I can do
else?
that.
All right, moving on to item 2. Thank you.
you.
Let's see, we're looking at 00152 Roots Cannabis Retail Storefront, and this is in the Santa Claus Carpinteria area. Edward De Vicente, agent for Marie Radis to consider, let's see, further conceptual of a cannabis storefront retail. Has everybody here seen this project before on the board?
Yes, I was absent for the last review though.
Okay, Kayla. So just to the applicant, Kayla, Ms. Grubb here, you might need a little bit help getting up to speed with your project. Basically proposes minor changes to the exterior of the building, including relocation of the doors and windows. There's some accessibility upgrades, a trash enclosure, some parking and new landscaping. 1 palm tree to be located in the northeast corner of the property is proposed to be removed. Increasing the drive aisle, no grading over 50 cubic yards. Some existing structures on the site. Again, this is 3823 Santa Claus Lane in the Carp area within the Toro Community Plan. And so we have, is Edward here?
Morning, Chair Bloomer and fellow board members. I'm here.
Okay, good. So it looks like we've got your team here, and then we have some people teed up for public comment. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4 people and some letters. So Leah, perhaps you can make sure those folks are connected. I think I'll let you, if you could do this in a kind of and by the numbers way, Ed, could you just walk us through items A through H on the previous comments? If you have something else you want to add to the presentation, you can go ahead and do that before you do that. But I'd like you just to kind of address the comments, and then if you need to have some time to add any new information to our presentation, please do that.
Sure. Let me see here. I thought staff might address the first comment. Let me see if they will. Otherwise, the first comment was with regard to coordinating the Santa Claus Lane streetscape project with Public Works. Let's see if staff is here to address that.
There's a memo indicating that they want to disassociate the 2 projects. It's on the SBAR memo November 5th.
Okay, so it sounds like it went to you as a memo. So let me, thank you.
Yeah, right there on the second bullet point. This, that one. The second bullet point is that.
You want me to read it aloud? It says they're keeping them separate.
Okay, is it clear then? Right. Okay.
Yeah, and I can address a couple of things. So let me speak more broadly before I get into the minutes. So just for the benefit of the whole board, we've submitted the conceptual plan for our coastal development permit. We got our incomplete letter. We came and saw your board to get initial concept comments of what concerns the board might have. So we're still in the process of revising our application package based on those comments and then complete letter. We did, since we last met with the board and presented, we did meet with the SDRC committee and all the other county departments. And so we've got some updates to that as well. And I'll walk through how that affects the project here. It's very minimal. In general, they support the project. But probably the two biggest things that affect what you're seeing today are the two items in the planner comment. So the first is we didn't have a definitive answer from county council whether they would allow us to use the railroad parcel to the south, where we have a lease agreement with, but whether they'd let us use that for parking. So county council has come back and said that we cannot use that area for parking. And then with regard to public works through the SDRC, Public Works has asked for this project to be reviewed, not in consideration with the future streetscape improvements. That's a separate process. So that's essentially what your planner letter discusses. Beyond that, yeah, we've got everything, all the responses and updates to the design based on the issues raised by the board. So why don't we just jump right into it? So I'll come back to the site photos that might be helpful. We've kind of bundled them issue by issue on the sheet. So why don't we jump to, let me see which page number would be best. Why don't we start with page 6, our proposed site plan. And then from there, we have some enlargements. So if you could just zoom into the site. So here, the main thing you can see, again, is along Santa Claus Lane, is just showing the existing condition, not the future streetscape project for public works. The biggest change you see here is on the south side of the property is the redesign of the parking area to just be on our property. So this changed the parking count to the zoning minimum of 12. It's really just what we can fit along here. But what you'll see is you zoom in towards the middle there. In order to fit the accessible parking and the trash enclosure, we did have to eliminate one of the planters there, the kind of quarter round planter where the accessible space is. So to the south of that, the planter area that is straddles the property line that's existing, all that will remain. And then the rest of the area of the railroad lot is just not part of the design of the project. So what we'll address now is in more detail, go to the next sheet. Let's start with the driveway entry. So one of the big things that came out of the SDRC walk with, in this case, the fire department, we'll go to the upper right-hand enlargement here. The fire department required that they will not require a fire sprinklering of the building. The amount of remodel we're doing is lower than the threshold that requires the building to be sprinklered. So in the upper left-hand corner here, the planter that you're seeing there of view number 4. So the floor plan on the upper left-hand corner, we previously had a big double detector check assembly here, and that was creating a conflict with the existing palm tree you can kind of see. So at this point, we revised our proposal to keep the existing planter and the palm tree, since we don't need to add any infrastructure in that area. The other change here, one of the issues that came up in the minutes, was to coordinate with the neighbor to the east here, where you can see our property line and the existing concrete wall and swale, although it starts on our property line at the front of the property, as it goes towards the back, it's on the neighbor's property. So quite simply here, you can see kind of our gate reconfiguration. We're going to take the existing gate, which I'll talk about in a minute of where it comes from, and we're going to slide it forward of the second planter. And then we're going to add a metal gate that starts at the existing wall on our property line and comes down the property line to receive the new location of the gate. Just to the right-hand side of, so this is a 3-panel sliding gate, which is existing. So let's take a look at the photos to the left so you get a better understanding of what this is. Yeah, this slide to the left. So the gates there are actually from the original Lobster Town. So in our photos package, we added some historic photos that will address a couple things. It'll show these gates were originally in the front along Santa Claus Lane and helped enclose the restaurant when it wasn't open. So they've been refurbished, and in this place behind the second planter, we're proposing to move it to the front just because of that connection of currently it's tying into the neighbor's concrete wall. So we're going to pull that forward with our new metal fence to make that intersection happen on the other side of this planter. So this is essentially how we're dealing with the neighbor's retaining wall and drainage. We're really creating our own fence up to our gate line. And beyond that, it'll be existing to remain, not part of our project application for any required areas of landscape drainage, et cetera. It's just historic drainage on the neighbor's property that would remain. So we'll just refurbish this existing gate. And again, those panels, as you see, they're from the original Lobster House. Okay, down to the right. So again, here at this location, because we've redesigned for our project to just be, to not be in the railroad parcel, on the left-hand side of this floor plan is where you saw that handicap parking. So keeping on the accessible path of travel, we've relocated the trash enclosure here. So we've got a concrete curb around it to keep the bins from bumping the fence, and then we have a fence structure. So to the left-hand side, this is the fence design. It's a horizontal, it's a metal frame, which is horizontal wood. And you can get a couple of examples of what we're thinking of what that wood can look like. So we've got some double gates to the parking side for the trash operator, and then a pedestrian gate to the parking side, and just down the ramp from our brick walk here that connects also to the accessible parking space. All right, let's keep moving. Next page. One of the other things we were asked to look at was security and lighting. So what we've got here, we've shown the exterior lighting proposed locations and an example of the fixture we're looking at. So you can see it's just a simple dome type fixture, full cutoff on the left of the image there. As we further develop, we'll come back to the board with an actual specification. We'll do photometric studies to balance security versus, what's the appropriate amount of lighting for this area. All that will be forthcoming, but all these locations, you can see if you zoom in a little tighter to the plan, the light fixtures with an R call out are replacing existing lighting locations, and any of the XD1 fixtures on their own, they're new locations where we would be adding. And again, so this is coordinating our security plan. Other security elements, quite simply, are going to be there's numerous cameras around different corner points of the building, but nothing otherwise visually that would be part of the security package to present to the board. Next page. So the next item the board asked us to look at is the center court. So from a landscape perspective, let me walk you through what we've done. So we've changed the center, proposed center planting area, and we've added, so we created a raised bench around it, and that has some Larope silver dragon under it, and we're adding a canopy tree here. So a 36-inch box of the Arbutus marina, it's a strawberry tree. So we've gone this direction, and the surrounding element is the bench height. We probably just continue it out of brick, which is the paver material. The other thing you can see here is we've supplemented the plan to show some of the existing potted plants that are currently around. And we can go back to the existing photos and take a peek at that in a minute. But on the left-hand side, one thing that the new trash enclosure did, upper left-hand side, we've relocated the proposed bike parking out from the stair, under the stair in the rear, to now being in the front here. So this existing gravel area and landscape, we've just taken a portion of that to place the bike parking into, since it was conflicting with the trash. So let's go back to the trash enclosure area by the parking. So the existing court around under the stair landscape area, we're just going to expand that to kind of better fit behind the trash area. We'll leave the existing Kentia palm there. And again, to the left-hand side, we're going to be removing for the accessible parking to get our required parking count. Other than that, the existing landscaping is really to remain. And again, I'll emphasize here on the right-hand side of the driveway entry, the existing planters there with gravel, the two by the entry drive. We're proposing to keep that existing palm tree and some of the other low plants and shrubs that are there. Now, on the lower right-hand, on the second, I should have mentioned this when we looked in large drive plan. On the right-hand side, just behind the gate, the planter there, we are proposing to cut that back a little bit because one of the concerns was what's the adequate driveway width there. So we have about 14 foot clear. That's the green line. The gate at the gate itself, it'll be about 11.5 feet since it's an existing 3-panel gate. So it kind of gives you an idea of that. And we can go back to that enlarged plan if the board would like to. Let's continue on. I think we've covered most of the elements. This is just an existing demolition plan. We can move along from here. I think we've covered it. Elevations are really here more for reference. So let's continue on here. We really haven't made changes to the elevation since the exterior scope is so minimal. But I do want to look at the last page here. So one of the other elements that does tie to the elevations that the board asked us to look at is how do we treat the windows? So what we had previously was the windows surrounding, even to the bottom right-hand side, you can see the floor plan there. Probably the best. So 2 Santa Claus Lane on Plan North are the existing plate windows, and then to the right-hand side are other existing plate windows too. So here, because it is a cannabis dispensary on this part of the building, we do require to have some kind of screening. So previously we had an opaque film proposed, but we're going a different direction. So what you see behind the window, about 12 to 18 inches, is we want to hang from the ceiling some display panels. So we can do this on both sides. So here, kind of from the view on the inside, and these will essentially just be backdrop. So we can place graphics on these on the public side. We can have art, we can have non-cannabis products displayed. So there's a number of different things, but really this kind of creates the screen, starts closing the visual lines. And so rather than having the opaque screen, now we have something that we can add some visual interest to on both sides of the window, but still meet the privacy requirement. So this is the idea we're contemplating at this point. Love to get the board's kind of comments on it. But let's go back to page 2. I want to highlight a couple things in the photos and the historic photos that we added.
Ed, can you remind us what your previous proposal was for the windows?
All we had quite simply was so let's go to the upper right-hand photo. What we were proposing previously, Chair Bloomer, was an opaque film on the inside of the glass to obscure. So I think even here, this had plastic in it once the tenant moved out. So we're going to leave that open visually, but again, have a decorative screen opportunity hanging from the inside to give the visual screen, but again, opportunity for graphics and other things of interest. So here also, the other thing in this photo is, so in the foreground is where our proposed raised planter with the canopy tree will go. Here you can see some of the existing potted plants that we'll be relocating with some of the modifications to the doors and windows. So this is a good photo to kind of show you what we're thinking. So let me make sure I've covered all of the comments. So the other comments to the window, just looking at the minutes here. Let's go to the next page. So our design aesthetic as we relate to the proposed windows and doors, where the minimal locations, we have them. So upper right-hand photo is we're really just going to kind of honoring the original building, which was very simple plate glass windows. And here, this great photo, you can also see it has the fencing. These are the fence panels that have been refurbished that are the driveway gates that we'll be utilizing. So if you go to the next photo down, it has an enlargement of the window. So we're really just keeping the original architecture here. So simple plate glass windows, no breakups. And again, this will have the visual screens with some graphics and interest there, but also like block sight lines. And let's go to the next photo. So that was probably 30, 40 years ago. This is about 15 years ago when this property owner purchased the property. Here you can see the gates in place and some of the other aesthetic elements that have since been removed. But I think with this, I just wanted to show that this applicant and building owner over the last 15 years, since they've taken this property, they've really worked hard, as you can see, to, and it's well represented in its current form, to really enhance it. It's a great building for the neighborhood, a ton of history. And so we're really just continuing on what this old building has given us. So with some of the enhancements with the comments we got from the board. So I think that pretty much covers all the key points. I can certainly answer more in-depth questions if the board still has any regarding property line issues, et cetera. But this is where we're at currently. Depending on how the board's comments go, we will work with staff to finalize the rest of our response package to the incomplete letter, including the traffic report, which we already have, and finalizing the parking layout here if there's any additional comments from transportation and planning staff. So that's still an in-progress thing. This may not be the final parking plan as we're still working through the application process. So I think with that, I'll pass it to the board.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from board members? I'll just run through the list. Valerie?
I guess I'm unclear about the resolution with the eastern neighbor as far as that retaining wall being on their property and how that, is that just being not dealt with? What's, I know that you talked about moving the fence and the gateway, but can you just explain more about
Sure.
how you're going to deal with that?
Sure, Chair Bloomer and Board Member Crusher. Sure, it's certainly not being ignored, but you know, our project application has to address our project on our property. So this essentially becomes, as you can see in the very, very front, it's partially on our property, but as it goes back, the historic drainage and the wall are really on the neighbor's property. So there's nothing in our project application that essentially deals with this. So it's just an existing condition to remain. All the drainage that comes along the building in Santa Claus Lane hits this wall, pushes along that drainage swell, and at the bottom right-hand corner, it's actually on the railroad property, is where it kind of exits out, and that's where this stormwater is. So I do want to point out one thing, is this wall and drainage and the walls to the rear predate the ownership of both property owners, actually. Our property here and the property owner to the west. The wall and the drainage and all of this infrastructure was all in place prior to the purchase of either of these owners. So it's been in place, my understanding is at least 40 years. So it's just something that's a quirky issue on these properties. There's a number of them in this area, as I think you've all learned recently. So it's not that we're ignoring it. In order to provide the security and make our driveway gate work, that's why we're proposing that about 12-foot length of fencing there to be able to get a metal post in the ground to receive our gate and not engage with the wall itself because it is on the neighbor's property. So hopefully that answers your question.
Ed, can you just briefly show us like how you've notated that in your documents? I mean, your explanation's fine, but like where's when we're looking at the documents properly here, or just proper documents, how's that documented, that wall? Right now, I just see it in the drawings. Is there a note attached to it? We're pointing it out, defining what it is?
Yeah, I think it's here in the enlarge. If you can zoom into that, you can see the notes a little better. Yeah,
so
it's
what does it
called
say?
out. Yeah, on the right-hand side, existing 8-foot high concrete wall. That's just there.
Okay.
It's going to remain.
All right. Okay.
And then we've got our new 6-foot tall metal fence. And we're trying to, you can see at the very, very top, we're trying to have a maximum 3-inch gap there. That's as far as the fence, our fence would go from a security reason, so that no person could squeeze past there and get through as a security breach.
Right. Any other questions, John?
No.
Robert?
I don't have any questions.
Alex?
Nope.
Kylie? Nope.
No.
Okay. So no further questions. We'll hand this over to public comment. We have a couple speakers teed up that want to speak on this. So each are going to get, I got to time you here, but I'll give you each 3 minutes to speak. Please keep your comments germane to the application we're looking at.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and go down the list? Anna, would you like to speak on this item or are you here for a different item?
No, I'm here for this item first. Okay, so thank you very much. I attended the previous BAR meetings on September 10th and would like to make some further comments. I understand that the applicant now realizes that the parking that was to be in the leased area from Union Pacific Railroad cannot be utilized for their parking. There still seems to be some discussion as to whether this area can even be used for ingress and egress. And now seeing the plans better, I can see that it looks like you've got your parking isn't back. I thought the parking was only on the street. Parking along Santa Claus Lane is still extremely limited. And when the streetscape project is completed for this area, there will actually be 62% less parking available. The other concern on this is the traffic, because this is at the end of the, Santa Claus Lane, and some would need to be able to turn around to, go back toward the, toward Summerlin, because it's basically used as an on-ramp to get onto the freeway, and there are lots of people, using it. Okay, the traffic can, let's see, this roadway is okay, I already said that. The storefront will be very visible too, and the aesthetics of the windows need to be presented in detail. I've listened, I see, the screening that, looks like maybe it's going to be provided. Will the security guard be out in front, near to where people will be parking? Requiring this for a cannabis retail makes having a retail operation here in Santa Claus not an appropriate location, as there are lots of families and their children here for the beach and or going out to shop and eat at the local stores and restaurants, shop at the local stores and eat at the restaurants. There have been 2 surf camps that have operated for years on this beach. I don't know what the distance from these camps is not known. At night, this area is very dark and the night lighting would be very disturbing to the few close residents and those who live across the freeway, and especially those up in the hills above Foothill Road. When the Western Seaside Vernacular Commercial was adopted for the C1 zoning, Santa Claus and the Toro Canyon Plan, the local business owners, residents, and tourists were pleased with the architectural changes. I'm not sure going back to the whole lobster town is ideal. I can see it being used for the fences, but I'm not sure, just using those pictures helps in your discussion. As a frequent user of the beach areas, as well as the rest of my family, including now my 3 grandchildren, please don't authorize conceptual approval for a cannabis retail store for Santa Claus Lane. Thank you very much.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Anna Carrillo.
Okay, thank you, Anna, or Ms. Carrillo. Thank you. All right, next speaker, please. We'll give you 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record and give us your presentation.
Nancy, are you here for this item?
Is it for me, Nancy Riccolo?
Yep, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thanks. I'm Nancy Riccolo. We own the property next door. In the county memorandum, they want the streetscape project disassociated from this plan. And they state that that is because this cannabis retail does not negatively impact the streetscape. But that's not the question. The question is how the streetscape negatively is impacting the cannabis retail. There will be 62% less parking. It's impossible to dissociate. It will be started next year, and we're into November of this year. This is happening right away. I would ask that the BAR asks for drawings that show the streetscape so that you can see the impact very clearly. Second thing is they are now acknowledging that they cannot park on railroad property, but we still have the same problem. In order to get in and out of those parking spaces that are now up against the building, you have to back into the railroad property and use it for ingress and egress. If that gets taken away and the security fencing that is currently on railroad property gets moved to their property line, that parking is not going to be utilized in any way. For some reason, this plan calls for 11.62 parking spaces, which is really going to be for 20 employees, delivery vans, armored vehicles, all of their customers in a very high volume, very high turnover business, as well as customers for the other businesses in their building. I don't understand where that number came from. The county themselves set up very specific guidelines for cannabis, really recognizing that this is not regular retail. When you look at the Institute of Traffic Engineer report, which is the industry standard for trip generation rates, an apparel store is 4.12 spaces per 1,000 square feet. A cannabis dispensary is 21 trips per hour per 1,000 square feet. This is a 5,333-foot project, according to the plans as I see them. That requires a lot more parking than is available. Next, I don't understand why the plans don't mandate removing that concrete wall that is on the neighbor's property. That's clearly going to be used for ingress and egress. They should either have to extend their metal wall all the way so that it can't access that extra, or they should be asked to move it off the neighbor's property. I don't see how ignoring that seems like a reasonable solution. And I do have concerns about security lighting because, as you know, there's residences, multiple residences within 100 feet. The closest one is about 30 feet and it is right across. You can see on the image that's up right now, that small rectangle is a residence. And so the security and the fencing, there's a residence right next door. And I think that needs to be taken into account. Just feel like this plan has some flaws, parking, security, and really it's just completely incompatible with the neighborhood. And I'd ask that you consider that when you're looking at these plans. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Who's next?
So if you'd like to speak on this item, go ahead and unmute yourself at this time.
Please state your name for the record and make your presentation. I'm going to give you 3 minutes.
Okay, this is Steve Kent. I too am the owner of the property next door to the proposed site for the cannabis store on Santa Claus Lane. In my allotted time, I will read our attorney, Jana Zimmer's comments to you for this hearing. I represent Dr. Steve Kent and Nancy Riccolo. I am here to ask you to decline to move this project forward. We understand that it is not generally your job to consider zoning requirements. However, it is part of your task to address the relationship of any building to its surroundings and its neighborhood. County staff appears to be intent on keeping you from doing your job. The applicants have repeatedly misrepresented the essential facts related to parking, safety, and traffic. They have not responded to your comments. They have not addressed the fundamental fact that the security and lighting requirements render this site incompatible with the residents directly to the south, as well as the 3 residential units within 100 feet to the west. Inexplicably, Public Works staff has attempted to prevent you from considering the known fact that once their streetscape project is completed, the existing parking deficiency will be greatly exaggerated. You know the problems with this site for this unique use, and they cannot be fixed by design. Please just say no. To my mind, putting a cannabis dispensary open from 9 to 9 with its security lighting, its armored vehicles, delivery vans, its obscure windows, its prison-like ambiance, and with the fact that so doing would deprive the public of access to the beach is indefensible. So I ask you not to give this flawed project the BAR's seal of approval. We strongly urge you to decline to move this project forward. I would like to also say that the parking that is flip-flopped in this most recent design behind the building really does not allow for someone to safely back up and pull out without driving on railroad property, which is
You need to wrap it up, sir.
okay, which is not controlled by the applicant or the owner of the property. And I have some photos to show what I'm talking about, but also if you just look at the back of the enlarged site plans, you can see that there's just not adequate parking.
Thank you very much. I believe we have one more speaker from the public.
Let's see. So if you'd like to speak, you guys all have the ability to unmute yourself. So go ahead and unmute yourself at this time.
Please state your name for the record and give us limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Mr. Chair, I believe that is all the public speakers we have for this item.
Very good. Do we have any letters?
We do, they're in the file.
Has everybody had a chance to review the letters?
Yes.
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 Anybody have any questions or clarifications about anything in the letters that we have before us?
No.
Okay.
And just for the record, the statement that Mr. Kent just read aloud from Jana Zimmerman,
Yes.
That one was just sent over to you guys. So you have it for your records in writing as well.
Okay, very good. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna give Ed, I'll give you like 30 seconds if there's anything you want to respond to before we move into comments. But make it, choose wisely and make it quick.
Sure, Chair. No, I think our presentation addressed the comments from the board. I mean, we've made it clear from the last two times we've presented, you know, we're still working towards a complete application and with staff and all the departments. And so things adjust as we get more information, as the parking layout did in this case, with County Council's additional information. So like I said, we've pushed it the best in the direction we can to respond to the board, balancing all of the issues raised to date and what we think is the right approach. And yes, there may be some adjustments as we get further through our application process, but obviously we'll be back to see this board a number of times to keep fine tuning things with you. So beyond that, nope, I don't have any additional specific comments. If there's any additional questions, though, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, so I'm going to bring it back to the board for comments and findings and so forth. So just before we do that, I'll make a comment quickly that I kind of tend to agree with some of the sentiment in the last letter that was written, that there's the major problems of, I think I'm not directly quoting this, but what I heard was a comment about the major problems of this project can't be fixed through design. At least the problems that are perceived by the folks we've heard from. And I kind of agree with that. Some of these are use issues. And I guess it's hard to separate use and design sometimes, but this board is mainly an aesthetic board concerned with architectural aesthetics and landscape design and aesthetics. So I think we should, really focus our conversation around what's approvable here from an architectural standpoint. And I'm just kind of going through the issues that were raised by the public and concerns. And I would agree that the lighting is probably an aesthetic issue that deserves a lot of attention in this discussion, because it's architectural lighting and it's aesthetic for sure, and clearly in our purview to control and obviously necessary for this use. But issues about the wall and parking and street improvements are a little bit beyond this board's ability to control, or it's not really our purview to decide on those matters. And the county has plenty of people looking at that and control over that in other departments. So anyway, with that, let's kind of keep the conversation organized around that. Why don't we start with you, Valerie, Ms. Froscher, and let's have your comments.
Well, I'm very conflicted about this project. I think there's been, a lot of skillful solutions to improving the frontage, and the window idea, I believe, could be successful. But I do feel from a site planning approach that it's the wrong site for this kind of business. And that's an overall sense of compatibility with the neighborhood and the impacts on parking and ingress and egress that are huge in this neighborhood, that this will tremendously exacerbate problems. And therefore I'm uncomfortable with the project.
How much of what you're commenting on falls within the purview of this board, would you say?
Well, I think the compatibility aspect and the site layout and parking.
So how is parking? So that's why I'm having trouble with that. I mean, I understand like our architectural.
Because there's other issues that are under the surface of the fact that the railroad controls most of the parking area in the back. And that if the railroad chooses to take it back, they don't have the parking. And it's a very high use type of retail with lots of in and out, which is in direct conflict to all the beachgoers that are spilling all over the place on this street for 7 months, 8 months out of the year.
Yeah.
So, and that there's not a clear remedy to that.
Typically, when we review projects, the applicants work with the county staff and transportation to devise parking for the projects that meet their standards. And then once they've done that work, they bring it to us and we look at it for aesthetic reasons. We talk about the color or the material used for the, for the surfaces, talk about landscaping and lighting and aesthetic issues to improve the quality of the look of the art, so we're kind of like, that's the question. I think, are we, we typically don't get into clients' business around laying out parking. We usually require client applicants to get that done with county staff and then bring it to us for review so we can judge it from an aesthetic standpoint. So
right, although we do weigh in on ingress and egress and good site design versus poor site design. We've done that many times.
Yeah, so I think your comment would be that the site design is poor, the ingress and egress is poor, and or needs further study, right? Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then with regard to do you have any comments about the lighting or the architectural aesthetic?
The lighting as depicted looks fine, but it's unclear to me what amount of security lighting there will need to be other than those shielded downlights, which are not problematic. So,
I think we're gonna
maybe we need clarification on that.
Yeah, maybe a photometric study like we've seen on other projects of this site, because there's going to be a lot of lighting on this project, more than probably would be normal for a retail environment. So we're going to need a very detailed photometric study, and the applicant should be, ready to really make a strong presentation for how to make that work in a setting. Because I think that the comment is that it needs to be subtle, but still meet your requirements, right? So any other comments about?
No.
All right, why don't we move on to, I'm just looking at the tiles here. Mr. Richards.
I'll touch on the landscape here. I appreciate the raised planter in the middle of the courtyard. I think it's nice to bring in the canopy tree, which we asked for meeting. I'm not sure if they're proposing to change the plants in the raised planters, and I only see one plant identified in it, but I think a variety of plants would be nice in the planters around the courtyard there. I agree with the concerns about the ingress and egress. Seems like there's only room for one car to go through on the side there where the gate's at. So I don't know what happens if two cars are trying to come at each other there. So, and then I'd like to see what the cameras look like and where they're going to be located on the building. I think that the lighting fixture is appropriate and generally the architectural approach is appropriate. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
Yes, I agree with some of the comments made, but I think we need to stay on our lane, which is aesthetics. And along that, I think the light fixture proposed is very nice. I agree with the comments on the lighting. I think this is not all that is going. There's more to be reviewed. Regarding the windows, I think we should have a provision that no signage is provided behind the windows. There could be some, because if you have some posters or whatever it is, really we don't want to, promote the idea of these windows having graphics and having enormous lettering or whatever it is. So something should be, the window comment should reflect that no, that's not the location for graphics behind the glass. Third, I find the landscaping a little bit anemic. It's nicely kept. And right now, I was looking at the photographs. It looks like all the pictures are everything is well kept, but it's kind of like not the heck of a lot. In part, it reflects the nature of landscaping by the beach, but there are some other parts that really could be improved. I think I'm not sure if the Arbutus marina is the right tree for this location. It's a beautiful tree, maybe not large enough for such a prominent location. The pots, the pots are fine when in a courtyard, but one would hope they are somewhat precarious. With good maintenance they look good, but I think this board should look for more permanent solutions. I think that increasing the variety and the quantity of landscape, I think we should require that all over the place. It's just the notes say existing landscape to remain. Well, how about existing landscape to be supplemented or something like that, behind the trash or whatever. I think that those are the three comments. Those are my three comments.
Okay. I just want to discuss quickly your second comment. I think I kind of agree with you, Alex. I think this is a little bit problematic. And just kind of negotiating with you here, Alex, my suggestion is that the applicant removes all references to what they're planning to do behind their windows. My sense is that you don't have purview over what people do inside their buildings or in their homes. And I believe what the proposal's generally stating is that there's no unusual treatment to these windows. Like the previous treatment was to bring an opaque film to the glazing, and we said we didn't like that. So my sense is the applicant should be instructed to, if they're choosing to leave the glass clear, then note it as such, and then remove all reference to what they plan to do behind that, because it's potentially precedent setting and really none of our business what you do in the building and how you handle your every different commercial use has something it needs to comply with on the interior that's not really our business here. So
agreed. Yeah, I stand corrected then.
I would just like to see it, if you're in agreement with me, I'd like just to see all references to it removed from the application and just make the presentation for a normal window with clear glass. That's what I would
agreed.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to Mr. Verdiak, please.
No, I don't have anything intelligent to add. I think the emphasis is that this is kind of the location makes it kind of a McDonald's, a quick stop for to pick up some cannabis, and which is going to be very frequent use. And so the question still that I emphasize is neighborhood compatibility. And that's a point that's already been made, and that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vertiak. Ms. Grubb.
I agree with Alex's comment about looking at adding additional landscaping along the street frontage. Just adding to the ingress and egress discussion, I guess, I feel that it's premature for us to be giving this project approval until we know if the site plan works from county staff. But that's just my opinion. So not really stepping out of our purview. It just seems premature to be reviewing something that we don't know if it will be approvable. So.
All right, very good. I only have two things to add to the comments. I thought the planter in the middle of the courtyard's a bit uninspired, and I believe the comment was to create some improvements to the landscape or the the street side courtyard to kind of make it more habitable. I can't remember what the exact comment was. Let's see if I can find it. I just don't. Let's see. Make the entry courtyard more inviting. So it's just a little uninspired. Like if there's obviously good landscape design would have some furniture, permanent furniture there and places to sit, and just a little rectangular box with a tree in it. It's cool, but it could be a lot more improved than that. And I just ask that you study that, continue to study that. The other thing is I'm also kind of struggling with this driveway, like the gate and the plantings only really exacerbate the problem of the narrow entryway. And like Mr. Richards said, it's like, it seems like a problematic situation over there. So I still think the applicant needs to look for ways to improve that design. Aesthetically, the gate's fine, the landscaping's fine, but it doesn't seem like maybe Valerie's point too is it's not good. It's not good site design. Is that what I heard there? And it doesn't seem like those elements are helping in any way improve it, unfortunately. So anyway, those are the comments. I don't know that this board's ready to move this forward for preliminary. It seems like we're going to be asking for another conceptual review, if I'm not mistaken. Does anybody on the board have any exception to that? I think the big one for further conceptual really needs to be an improvement to your lighting. So I think you have the comments. Does the planner need any clarifications before we move forward?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. The other comment I wanted to add, just as a kind of more of an administrative drawing thing, is that I'd like the applicant to include a more of a written detailed description of the existing elements that are on the neighboring property, especially the existing concrete wall. Just put some detail towards that, please, so that it's clear what's being drawn there. All right. I think we'll close on this item. I want to thank the
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Could I add one more comment?
Please do.
I think that going back to this parking thing, I mean, it's a one-way access and egress to it. And if someone is trying to enter and someone's trying to leave, the car that's trying to enter is going to be parked in the street and blocking traffic until the other vehicle leaves the site. I wonder if that area could be expanded to allow one car to pass another and not be holding up traffic in the road. That would be a comment.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the comment would be to study design opportunities at the street to accommodate a single lane entry and egress from the parking area.
Yes.
All right, good. We're going to close on this. I want to thank the general public members who came out, or the members from the public that came to speak today and participated. and thank the applicant for a good presentation today. Thank you. We're moving on to item 3. Request of Jason Grant, agent for Herb and Julie von Winkleman, to consider case number 00105 for preliminary and final approval of 509 square foot single story addition with a 624 square foot garage. No grading.
No.
1.9 acre. It's 1E1. And let's see, the last comments, I'm just going to read these are very quick. We had from our last meeting. Motor court appears large, return with landscape plan to demonstrate how the motor court is integrated into the site. Return with plans showing existing and proposed site layout and landscaping. Restudy tower and consider reducing in height. All right, go ahead and state your name for the record and give us a presentation. Is any other board members, has any board members not seen this project before? Okay, Ms. Grubb, so just take that into consideration as we move forward. Go ahead.
Good morning. This is Jason Grant with J Grant Design Studio. So we are located up on Villa Los Padres, which is the neighborhood up above Foothill, go up Old San Marcos and then onto Villa Los Padres and then into that neighborhood there. As you can see from that initial site, we're kind of a flag lot, kind of tucked in behind the other parcels, not really visible to anybody, have a long drive that takes us back to the parcel, and we're kind of sitting on our own little spot back there. You can go to the next slide, show you the photos. So here is the existing residence as it is today. The aerial photos kind of show you the surrounding area that we have there. The photo the top row on the right hand side shows you there's an existing trellis that comes off the back of the house. We're just going to enclose that to create an enclosed outdoor porch area. So it's not getting any further or going out any further. We're just basically putting a roof over the top of that and creating a kind of covered outdoor space. If you go down to the middle, you can see right there, the front of the existing residence as you kind of come into the motor court there. You see front door is kind of lost, and so we're creating a proper entry and creating a tower element there that allows everybody to know where the front door actually is, so you're not lost. You can see the existing 2-car garage that's there, and our proposed additional garage is just going right on the end of that, just as reference, so you can kind of get a sense of where that's happening. So we have enough property over on that side to allow us to just go ahead and set that right on grade, the additional garage. You can see the existing motor court there, kind of the size of it, the typical kind of paver kind of detail. We're kind of changing that up. There's about 3,500 square feet of existing paving there now, and we're gonna remove that, create more of a rotunda kind of an entry, and then turn it more into a kind of a gravel drive. And so kind of net, I think we'll be having, it'll be less paving than what's represented there today. And then those lower photos kind of show you the existing entryway on our way back to our house. And there's an aerial view, which kind of shows our house kind of sitting back behind the other residence, which sit in front of us. You can go to the next slide. And so here's our parcel, again, flag lot sitting behind the others. The post-shade areas show the areas of addition. We have the existing residence. And so small little foyer entrance, new addition, the 2-car garage off the existing garage, creating a new little dining room on the other side. And then there's that covered outdoor patio area. As part of this proposal, we are putting in a pool. What we had before on the outside, which was different than what you're seeing now, is we had an outdoor kind of kitchen area with a fireplace. This one, we created a little roofed area and where we're going to put the pool equipment and some pool storage stuff and a changing room. So the only thing that's different about it is that it has a roof over it where it didn't have it before. So I'll just bring that up while we're looking at it. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, again, just kind of a close-up of what we were just looking at. The dashed line kind of shows the existing paving area, and then kind of our new roundabout that we're going to do, and that's represented on the landscape plan and shows you the landscaping that we'll do kind of around that to kind of create that motor court. It kind of gets the paving away from the front door where it is right now. It reduces it a bit down and you know, makes the entryway seem a little bit nicer, and so that's why we're doing that. Can we go to the next slide? Here's our existing residence as it sits today. And then a demolition plan. You can go to the next slide. It kind of shows more clearly where we're proposing additions. Thank you. So yeah, so again, the post-shade areas off to the side shows the areas of improvement. Again, just the foyer, dining on the side, the additional garages. Then the proposed plan is there where you can see the kind of the rotunda, our dining room, enclosing that trellis area to create a covered porch. And then our new additional 2-car garage, which has a deck area up above, and that dash line represents that deck area. We're embedding it into the roof, which we'll kind of see on the elevations. We can go to the next slide. So roof plan showing the additional roof areas, of course, the rotunda, the 2-car garage with the view deck kind of embedded in it, our dining room area off there, and then of course where we're covering over the existing trellis work that's there. Next slide. So here are our elevations, and so kind of called out what is proposed and existing. So west elevation at the top, you can see that new foyer kind of tower element, existing garage right next to it, and then our new 2-car garage. We're nestling in that downgrade, naturally kind of steps down at that location, and we didn't feel like adding fill or we needed to do that, and so we're going to let that nestle down. It goes down about 18 inches roughly, kind of sets it aside. I think it's nice because it breaks up the architecture, and we're kind of setting it back just slightly. So we just don't have this massive, you know, wall of doors going all the way across. And then on the south elevation, our new proposed garage kind of coming towards us is called out right there. The roof deck is kind of buried up in the roof that's up there. And so, and then you can see the foyer for the entry, and then north elevation at the rear, the changes, you see that covered porch area. That's where the trellis is now. And so we're just enclosing that. We'll be changing out the doors, of course, and so you can kind of open up the whole house and kind of bring in the outside. You can see the small little dining room addition off on the left-hand side there, and the rest is just the existing elevation of the house. And then the east elevation, you can see again that proposed 2-car garage. We'll have a set of steps that bring you up on the back side of the house, up into that view deck area. You can see the dining room addition. New windows and whatnot, and then we're putting in an outdoor fireplace kind of off the dining area where we're enclosing that porch. In terms of materials and colors, it's 2-piece Spanish style roof. It'll be red, smooth trout plaster finish, basically white. Marvin doors and windows, be clad exterior, wood casements, and those are it's a medium bronze, or depending on which one you're looking at, it's either Bahama brown or medium bronze. I think they're calling it medium bronze right now. Exterior light fixtures will look like that, and we're only adding a few new, and we'll just be replacing some of the existing that are already there. And then any exposed beam tails that we have will be a semi-transparent stain, kind of a warm brown. So we have a couple different roof eave conditions because we have existing eaves which kind of have a fascia detail. And then where we're bringing in new beam details to be related to around the tower, on the covered porch in the back, and then the little covered lanai area, the covered lanai porch thing in the back. You can go to the next slide, I think.
You can skip this part.
Okay. Interior section, you can go to the next slide.
Okay.
So here's that little element, which is off of the pool area in the back. And so it's just added a roof to it. It's got a changing room. It's got some pool storage, and our pool equipment will be tied to that. Just open beam essentially, and just kind of creates a little area so they can enjoy the pool. And then next slide. So we have a variety of eave details. Those are all shown here. We have a couple double wall construction details. The tower itself will be double wall construction, so we can thicken that up. The front of the garage will be double wall construction as well, so we can keep the doors nice and deep. Everywhere else where we're single wall will just be a plaster bullnose into the windows. Let's see, we've got our rake eave detail. We can go to the next slide. And fireplace flue cap detail is on there, and then a little trellis detail that's coming off the dining room essentially. And then our fireplace will be an Iciker and outdoor fireplaces, and so that's what we'll be doing there. And then next slide is the landscaping, and I believe Chuck is here and he'll present that.
All right, Mr. Brewer. Next page. There we go.
Are you there, Chuck?
You know what? Give me just a sec. I think he is stuck on as an attendee. Give me.
While she's doing that, Mr. Grant, I'm gonna just ask a quick question I had just while we're waiting for him. I probably shouldn't ask this, but I can't stop thinking about what's going on with the cabana, or the you have a pool cabana there. Why is that not lined up with the pool? Why is it? What's driving that angled approach?
It was many discussions, kind of, and I'm with you. Believe you me. I had initially lined up with the pool itself. They have amazing views looking off the backside of the property, looking up at the mountains. Essentially, they wanted this to kind of sit off to the side where people could sit and get those views and have a little bit of separation from the pool, and allow it to be kind of a space to go away to and not be so connected to the house. And so it was just an attempt to kind of push that a bit away from the house a bit further, and have it kind of be its own little destination area.
Got it. Thank you. Do we have Chuck?
Yeah, here I am. If you could zoom out a little. So it's just an extension of the existing landscape. We've had to move that circular motor court, but you can see very lightly. There's a bunch of existing palms that we've kind of picked up. They're still ghosted on their locations on the plan, and we're picking those up, moving them around. It's mostly a matching of existing landscape, and it's all very drought tolerant and all that stuff. That's all.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to turn this over. Thank you for a good, complete presentation. Board questions. Do we have any questions? Mr. Peugeot, and then Kaylee.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Are you changing are you re-roofing the whole the whole house, or just parts of it?
That's up for debate. If I have my choice, we will re-roof the entire house, but we have to look at that and assess that once we're there.
You're calling for a two-piece mission tile, but right now
Correct.
you have an S tile in there. Your details show a mortar bird stops, but what you have there now is one of those clay bird stops in the two-piece mission tile. And I hope you prevail and you change all of the roof. But even if you can't, I think you should stick, well, it's a comment, I guess. You should stick to the higher level on the new stuff. As I'm making the comment now, so I don't have to repeat it, but it's a question about the tile. Thanks.
I'll make you repeat it anyway. Valerie, I'm sorry, Miss Grubb, go ahead, please. Your question.
Well, I was just wondering if there's existing landscape lighting or if there's any proposed.
Yeah, there's another light. There's another few plans if you scroll through.
Oh, maybe we have an incomplete set then in the box. Because I was kind of wondering, we only have a planting plan for you.
Yeah, I think it's a 7-sheet set. That's very typical, seems like.
Hmm.
Yeah, I have a lighting plan, irrigation, but all kinds of stuff.
That's what I was wondering. It's not here, Leah.
Yes.
It seems like we're missing some sheets from the landscape site.
Yeah, and like this is agendized for preliminary and final, so we really need to find those.
Yeah.
Let me bring Liner and see what I can dig up for you guys.
Okay, so that's a question. Let's put a pin in that while we figure out what's going on. So if there's no further questions, want to open this up for public comment quickly? Do we have any public comment? Any letters or people wishing to speak? Okay, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for review. So let's I'm going to skip the landscape portion of this until we get the drawings in front of us, but I'm just going to try and move ahead with the architecture while you guys scramble to find your missing sheets, and then we'll see if we can catch up with you. So Alex, do you have any comments about the tile on the roof?
Yes, I support the proposed two-piece mission tile with mortar dirt stops. And any tile to remain, well, that would be fine, is to remain, but the new, do not downgrade the quality of the new work to match the inferior existing work on the tile.
Okay.
The other comment I have is on the landscaping, and I would like to see some more, but it does seem to be a little bit, I'm not sure how much more is added at the medium level, because queen palms are nice and pretty, but on that big courtyard, the big circle, it does look a little bit empty. I understand the palms being there, but I'm looking at the existing pictures on page 2, and the place looks a little bit empty, and I don't know, it's just like it could use some embellishments at the, I'm not sure what the other landscaping beyond the bushes, the mid-level landscaping is like.
Well, Alex, yeah.
Hold on. We'll just let the board finish their comments. If you want to speak, I'll let you speak after. One at a time, please.
Okay, those are my 2 comments.
Very good. I'm going to move on. Look, I'll let the applicant respond at the end of comments, but we're going to go through our comments in the board, and I ask that nobody interrupt each other while we're doing this. Thank you. Valerie, Ms. Frosher, go ahead.
I echo the comments that Alex made.
Okay. John?
No, I have no further comment.
Okay. I know we're waiting for more landscape.
I have a comment to ask to the architecture, if you guys want to speak to it. The detailing on the north elevation where they're enclosing this outdoor lanai or whatever it's called. This profile here seems to just be plaster, which I'm wondering, my comment would be, it seems like it could have the similar beam detailing to the cabana, which will take me a second to find that.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Alex, sometimes you know which sheet I'm talking about faster than I do. This detailing with the beam.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is to you architects on the board, does that bother you, or is that just my landscape opinion?
I can answer. The only thing I would do is maybe add a couple of more outriggers mid-span of the longer, rafter barge.
Yeah, or you could express a beam at the bottom and leave it plaster. There's a couple of things you could do. So based on the comments, I think my sense is that we've given this applicant a couple more things to attend to. So I think what we could do is, as a proposal here, is we can make comments and give this a preliminary approval today, and then ask the applicant to return with the full complement of documents on consent for final, or we could bring it back to the full board for more review. Maybe this project seems like the way it's going here today, we might want to just bring it back to the full board for final based on yeah, because there's an array of comments here and I don't want to dump this all on consent. So my comment to add to what's already been said is I'd like you to study making the tower taller. It seems like it's sitting too low. If it's going to be a tower, make it a tower and have it start towering. But a study increasing the height of it is what my comment would be. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
excuse my interruption. Our comment last time, comment number C is restudy tower. I consider reducing in height.
Yeah, that's what you guys always say. And that's why I always have to tell you guys to make them taller, because that's my opinion about it. It's just one board member who thinks proportion is important in building, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to butt in here. I think Kaylee's comment about the framing at that when covering that addition in the back is going to trap dead air there. If it's a volume, if it's flat ceiling, then there should be a vent there at the peak.
Not a flat ceiling.
So it's, you know, if it's going to be a vaulted ceiling under there, then the framing should be open. Otherwise, it's going to trap a lot of dead and hot air in there.
Right. Well, look, I think this project's ready for a preliminary approval. There's enough here to do that. So I'm going to ask if anybody's willing to make that motion with the comments that have been gathered up. And I understand my comments in contrary to what was talked about last. I'm not going to rescind my comment, but my advice to the applicant is not to listen to me, but I'm still keeping the comment. It seems like the board wants you to keep the tower low. All fairness.
Also, there's an HOA. The HOA has a maximum tower. And so I have approval from them for that.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with them either. All right, so does anybody?
I'll make a motion for preliminary approval with the comments noted. And I just want to clarify on Alex's comment. I agree with requesting the addition of a few trees to the motor court elevation of the house.
Right, and I just realized, Mr. Richards, did you want to add any comments to the record before we get a second here?
Yeah. I was just curious what the paving is for the motor court and at the front of the house. It wasn't specified on the plan. Maybe that's because we're missing some sheets here.
Yeah, so I think that's covered on the landscape that the portions we are missing, unfortunately.
Right, so maybe the comment should be come back with a complete landscape documentation and materials on the landscape, right? So would you be willing to add that to your proposal there, Ms. Grubb?
Yes. So with the comments previously noted and the addition of a full landscape documentation package.
Okay, anybody want to second that?
Second the motion.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Come back to the full board with a complete presentation and address our comments, and we'll see what happens.
All right.
Thank you. Item number 4. How we doing on time here? Does anybody need a bio break? No? Okay, we're going to go through item 4 then. Another request of DMHA Architect for MRE Lot 8 LLC. And further conceptual review and preliminary approval of a 6,881 square foot new residence with a 932 square foot attached garage and a 55 square foot detached pole cabana. I'm assuming that means pool. Currently a vacant parcel. And we've got about 680 cubic yards of cut and fill. And it's on a 5-acre parcel. It's on R5 and it is located 210 Montecito Ranch Lane in Summerlin area. That's where we're at. So looks like we have a litany of comments here from the last go round. Again, I'm just going to ask, has anybody not seen this project before beside me?
I don't think I have. And I also wanted to ask the applicant which file I should open because there's 2 drafts in there. Should I just open the most recent?
Please open the one dated yesterday. This is Michael Stroh from HA.
There he is. Okay, cool. right, Michael, why don't you, again, just if you have anything new to focus us on, why don't you start with that? And then you would try to quickly run through all the comments and just discuss how you've presented those. And then we can see if we have any questions.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this project is one of the last parcels available in the Montecito Ranch Estates. This one is not up on the hill. It's actually pushed back behind where Lot 2 is. It does have ocean views, but it's fairly well down in a kind of on the side of a hill as it goes down towards the lower trail on the north end of the development. So what we've done is, and obviously, Josh, you weren't here last time. Kaylee, you're new to the board or haven't seen it. So if we could go to our existing site plan real quick, I'll walk through that, but I'll also walk through how we addressed each of the board's comments from the last time. So if you could go to the AS101 sheet. And then, so you can see we've got a lot of topography, but the existing site is benched, and that is where we are locating the house within the development envelope that exists. It comes off the end of Montecito Ranch Lane off of the cul-de-sac. So if you go to the AS103 sheet.
These are taking a little bit of time to load here, so maybe just make sure we're seeing them before you.
No problem. So you can see that the driveway comes off the end of the cul-de-sac. We created a formal entry gate that is pulled well off the street. One of the comments before was that we needed a little bit more articulation in our gate pilasters, which we did. They are going to be clad in stone, and we've added these little pyramid caps that just are a little bit proud of the pilasters. The nice decorative iron gates. You come up an asphalt chip seal driveway. There is a fire turnout in the middle of the driveway that leads to a little pathway that'll come up to the house. And then as you come up the driveway, there's a fire hammerhead at the top, which provides another means of protection. You come around, and we have the motor courts. There will be a future ADU on the hill there. One of the questions about the motor courts that you guys had was they were too large the last time, so we've pulled them pretty substantially off of the house to minimize them just for driving only, and we've filled that in with landscaping, which I'll show you in a minute on our landscaping plans. So if you could go to the next sheet, please. Site sections. Let's go through. Actually, if you could go down, we've got our site lighting plan, which we don't have any landscape lighting. It's purely on the house itself, and then at the gates. We don't typically do landscape lighting on these. So there's no moonlighting in the trees or anything like that. We can skip the civil. The grading will be balanced on the site. If you go down to the landscape plans, let's talk about those. Go to the planting plan. So privacy screening came up the last time, and so what we've done is we've flanked the driveway with Coast Live Oaks, and then there's along the upper road. You can actually see on the left-hand side of the plan the upper cul-de-sac. This actually touches the upper cul-de-sac as well, and that has the Myoporum hedge around it. We're gonna flank that as you go down the slope with Coast Live Oaks, and then between Lot 8 and Lot 2, there's another grouping of Coast Live Oaks, and as well as on the north side of the house, there is as well. However, down at the bottom of the site, we're going to put in some Monterey cypress trees, just to kind of provide a little bit of a nice landscape breakup down at the bottom of the site as you approach the residence. Those are gorgeous trees, and we think they'd be really nice on the approach. The landscaping is per all of the rules, in which case is within the development envelope, we are allowed to do, a little bit more decorative, a little bit more water intensive landscape. Beyond the development envelope, it's all natives, which complies with our conditions of approval. We do not have any grass. We are using artificial turf in some locations, and that's been consistent with the other houses we've done up there to minimize water usage. And they're putting in pretty nice artificial turf up there. It actually looks pretty good. It doesn't look like you're standing on AstroTurf. If we could go then to the floor plans, you're down a few pages. Actually, let's go to the renderings first. Sorry, the A001 sheet and A002 sheet. So we've updated our renderings. The only thing I can tell you that something got amiss here are our walls, our retaining walls along the back of the motor court. They're shown in white plaster, and that actually should be, they actually should match the house. I'm not sure how we missed that, but it would be plaster. So we've gone through, one of the comments from the Summerlin board was to have a little bit better roof articulation. And when we presented this to you guys before, you wanted a little bit more roof articulation as well, and a little bit more of a mix of hip and gable roofs. And so we've actually done a lot of that. We are requesting of the board today, the middle section of the house is over the 19-foot height limit. And so we are asking for 400 square feet above the height limit. And the reasoning is we wanted to really articulate that central spine of the house and that entry piece. And so the last time we were here, we had a 12-foot plate height, and it just didn't mix very well with the rest of the roofs. It just sort of looked like it was kind of wedged in there. And so we actually raised that by 16 inches, which was as high as we could go. We actually wanted to go higher, but we worked with planning, and they were, as long as you guys are okay with it, they were amenable to us going up to just having that roof section, 400 square feet of that roof section over the height limit. And it projects into the height limit only about a foot. It's not that far over. If we could go to the floor plans, please. So fairly formal organization of the house. You come in, there's the main foyer, have all of basically there's a long spine, and each of these rooms that comes off of there, the major public rooms anyway, as well as the master, have nice ocean views. The bedrooms that are on the northern side of the house have really, really great mountain views down up Toro Canyon. One of the concerns was with the bedroom that's right by the driveway. As you enter into the motor court, we actually previously had the bedroom reconfigured and had a doorway right there, and it came up that was a little bit confusing. So we reconfigured it, went with some smaller windows along the driveway, and put the exterior entry in the motor court itself. Let's see, I'm going through the list here. We talked about, like I said, we've pulled back our motor court significantly to just limit it to essentially maneuverability. I mean, the middle motor court is a little bit larger, but you would also have guest parking in there and things like that. If you could move down the page a little bit to the pool side of the house. We had a substantially large patio the last time we were here. We've pulled that back significantly up at the house. and created a little bit more formal set of stairs that comes out the middle with a retaining wall and some nice landscaping that would go on there, and it's a terraced landscaping, which then we shaved a little bit off of the pool and the pool patio, so that again, just to minimize the amount of hardscape. The patios will be cut stone. The motor court will be concrete. The concrete is noted, the cut stone is not, although you can see it in the pattern. And then, so if we could go to the elevation, or actually, let's go to the roof plan really quick. I'll cover something that's the next sheet. The area in gray is the 400 square feet that we are over the height limit, the 19 feet. And the only reason we're 19 feet instead of 35 is just because it's a hillside ridge line. But this one's fairly buried in the site. If we could go to the next sheet, which are our elevations. You can see we've articulated where, we've worked on sort of the massing of the house and sort of the proportion of how these pieces relate to each other. We have a nice rhythm going with the hip in on the south side, with the hip in the center, the two flanking gables at the living room and the dining room, and then it goes back again to hips across, and then each end of the house is gabled. At one end we have a large chimney, and at the other end we have, on the driveway side, we have a bedroom. So we think we've created a really nice little formal language. We have we do have the little dining nook that sticks out, that has the little tower roof. And one of the questions about that piece the last time was to articulate that with some exposed wood framing around those windows, and we've done that at the headers and at the sills. We're focusing our stone on our chimneys, and then on this centerpiece, the entry piece going through, and that's where we are showing stone cladding. We could go beyond that. We have building sections. This is the next sheet. We have a couple sheets of those.
Make sure you're going through all of the comments, please. I'm starting to lose track.
No, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So we have wall sections. We've actually moved through this. We're pretty far through this. We think that we're pretty close. Your comments were very, very specific the last time. There wasn't too much big picture, so we moved forward with wall sections and details. We've done our window and door details, and we're doing a wood window and door system that's aluminum clad, and so pretty straightforward and very similar to the other houses up there. And so we have the remainder of our details in the set here for how this is constructed. We do have a few exposed eaves where we'll do T&G, and we'll do a nice scroll cut exposed rafter tails, and then we have some other sections where we have just a shaped cornice, and then on our gable ends we actually will do the scalloped plaster and wrap the tile around. The only other comments, and we haven't addressed these yet specifically, are you guys wanted an earth tone color. We haven't chosen a final color yet, so this still shows it the same kind of just soft sand tony. We'll probably go with something a little bit darker, but we haven't chosen a final color yet. And then if I recall, it was Alex who commented about the roof tile blend and whether or not maybe it wanted to go to just a simple solid color. And we're still working on that. And what we'd like to do is, if we can move forward today with further conceptual and preliminary, we'd like to come back for final and obviously bring you a materials board and colors and all of those final pieces. And with that, that concludes my presentation. So I yield back to the board.
Thank you. Do we have any pertinent questions? Anybody raise your hand if you could do? I had one. Can you go back to your elevations?
Yeah.
A201, I guess, would be a good place to start. Okay, thanks. Yeah, my question is this, a little bit of an opinion first, but I'm looking at this and seeing how you've got the plate height up here well above the plate below, and it looks right to me. And I was just curious why these elements were kind of reflecting on the opposite side, weren't given a little bit more elevation, or maybe even this one. But the reason I'm asking the question is that I feel like I'm seeing a little bit of roof squashing here, which I appreciate. You're trying to, you're not connecting a lot of roofs and making a gigantic roof out of this building, but just look, it feels kind of like it's overly modulated, and it bothers me. So I'm just asking the question, before I get into comments, like what's going on there? What is there a reason? Have you looked at that, or is there any thought about that you have?
Yes, very much so. We actually were, we were going to come to you after the last hearing. We were actually going to come to you and ask for, because both Summerland asked for it and you guys talked about it, although Josh, you weren't there, more roof articulation. And unfortunately, we're saddled by the fact that this is hillside ridgeline, so I've only got 19 feet to work with. Now, what I found out very recently, actually Wednesday afternoon from planning, is that while in other portions of the county, the board has the discretion to allow even more than 10% or more than 400 square feet of roof to go above the height limit, apparently in Summerland Rural, that's not the case. And so we had actually intended to ask for additional height. We wanted to ask for, 600 square feet of roof over the height limit and do some further facade articulation. But unfortunately, we're limited by what we can do. So we chose to put it into the one spot that we felt was most appropriate, which was that entry feature. And the other roofs are right at the limit. And unfortunately, I can't make them taller.
So just a follow-up question, you can just answer it. However, I've seen you present projects like this in the past, and one of the ways you've been able to ameliorate that issue is by adding flat roof or parapet roofs to certain volumes to kind of break up the issue, break up the roof lines that you're talking about. Why was that not explored on this particular project?
I don't know. It just didn't seem. It seemed like another on this particular project. It seemed like another element to add in that would kind of. It's a long house. It's a wide house, and which, as most of them are up there, and so we felt that that by at least changing those to gables and bringing them out a little bit further and kind of articulating them in that way, that was the best solution.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from board members? Anything about the landscape or the site layout or anything? Okay.
And Josh, this is Alex. If you wanted any further clarification on the height issue, I'm happy to provide that.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, I had
go
just
ahead.
one question about whether fire was okay with the geometry of the hammerhead. It's not really in our purview, but usually it doesn't work that way. But
we have reviewed it with Michael Monaco, and they are okay with the configuration. Yes.
Oh, okay, great.
All right. Do we have any public comment or letters to enter into the record? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for comments. Kylie, Ms. Grab, why don't you start?
Sorry, this should have been a question, but it doesn't look like you have an irrigation set yet for this, or irrigation plan.
Actually, I think it's in there. Hang on.
Sorry, I might have missed it.
No, there's
Yeah,
there
there's
is
an
irrigation.
Okay. All right. I don't have any specific comments to the landscape. I think it's suitable to the site and the development.
Okay, Board Member Richards, sorry.
I agree with those comments. The only thing that catches my eye with the landscape plan is the little thin areas of synthetic turf along the driveway. Sometimes that looks a little goofy, but apart from that, I think it's a great planting plan. And the irrigation's appropriate. So positive.
All right, John, Mr. Rudiak.
Well, I still, looking at the perspective of the entry, which is done in stone, and it still seems awfully strong, or a bit of a shock to look at it. When I look at the elevation, you said you'd worked on that, and you didn't change the perspective, but you did change the elevation. Is that it? See, the elevation looks more appropriate. Whereas when I look at the perspective here, it seems too high. Like it doesn't match. Am I right here or wrong?
So you're absolutely correct. We actually, the perspectives are showing what we were going to come in with, and we actually then, when we found out from planning that we couldn't go over the 400 square foot threshold, we actually brought it down another 8 inches. And actually, I agree with you. It actually looks better.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, the building picks up kind of a subtle rhythm about, it's a rambling style building, and a ranch style building almost, and the stone on the entry seems awfully strong, or the surround of the opening, the entry, the stones seem to be out of scale, a little too large to me. Anyway, that's my opinion. Okay.
All right, moving on to Valerie Frusher.
Well, I guess I just have a couple of comments. I know that the biggest challenge with these houses is the height limit. I support the protrusion of the entry spine being higher. I think the comment before about putting a mirador was to really create a wood element on that kitchen dining bay, not to just put some wood lintels. That doesn't really seem to help, but I think you could make the house more interesting with some real wood elements. And on that elevation, the east elevation, the two gable ends coming out on either side of the entry spine, the one on the right just looks kind of weak because it doesn't have enough mass in the columns. I don't know if it too could be treated differently, but I think given that the limitations on your heights, that introducing some different moods in some of the architectural elements you could still get more from that. I think that's my comment.
Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah,
Which elevation was that, Valerie?
Pardon?
Which elevation was that you were making that
The
comment?
east elevation?
East.
Oh, also, I forgot, I have one other comment about the site walls, that I feel like they could be darker than the house rather than the same color as the house. There's a lot of walls.
Okay.
Peugeot?
Yeah, I have nothing to add. I agree with that, that the octagon, could have a different finish. It will make more sense just to stick out and be prominent. I think the wood detailing, I think it's a good idea.
All right, very
Nothing to
good.
add.
Can you go to the title sheet real quick? So my comments are simply about the treatment of that elevation we're talking about in the roof. And I agree, Valerie's point is that these are hard projects to manage because of the height restriction, but I still think, they can be overcome and something can be done about them. So my sense is that this element here needs to come up a little bit, or needs to be studied. But my bigger problem is this area. This doesn't seem good to me. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to keep the master suite away from the entry drive, but there's still some room this direction to push the house. And I think you need to create some relief here. The stepping here isn't, these things are too close together. It's kind of, and it's fine if you want to keep the floor plan that way, but I think some other solutions might be deployed to make this work. I like the use of the stone. I like the front entry. I like the prominence of it and how it centers the house. And I think that's good work. And I think I heard your comment that you're kind of trying to just keep things simple and not add too many elements to the project, but there seems to be a dialogue that could be created between what you did in the front entry and the rear, with these, and separating some of these elements, and perhaps this might be more successful here if it was treated as a flat roof. These three roofs bobbling together, it kind of, and the connection here seems really tight. So just those are the things that I think should be studied. But all things being equal, and just looking at this from where it's gone and where it's going, I guess just to simplify my comments, I would just say focus on improving that situation. So I think my comment really is just one comment. Is just, I don't know how to locate this in the record here, but this part of the elevation here needs to be looked at. And I think it has everything to do with the way the roofs work, and the stepping of this seems a little bit problematic, like just the material change here and so forth. So that's it for me. What is the board?
I'm struggling a little bit with how to articulate that, but
so what do we call this? This is
accurate if I say east elevation needs further study with the with the
I would say
stepping and roof forms
restudy the east elevation at the master bedrooms.
at the master bedrooms. Okay.
Yeah, restudy east elevation at master bedrooms. Restudy east elevation and roof form at the master bedroom. What is the board's temperature on? We have this project before us, agendized for conceptual and preliminary. Are we? It seems like it could go. It seems like you have some work to do here as the applicant. So I don't know if we give you preliminary, it kind of locks in some of the comments I've given, but the other board members, or locks out some of the comments I've given actually. But if we furthers this to further conceptual, it gives you some room to keep, kind of moving stuff around. So is anybody feeling comfortable with preliminary at this point? Okay, so it doesn't look like anybody wants to make that motion today. So I'm gonna recommend that this come back for further conceptual and preliminary with comments, and thank the applicant for working with us in a complete application. Anything before we move on?
I think we should state for the record that we support the projection of the roof, the 400 square feet. So that item is clear and out of the way.
Yes, I agree. I think if we could add that to the record, that'd be great. All right. So based on my just simple math here, we're about to go to item 5 here, which puts us kind of at the halfway point on the agenda. So why don't we do this item 5 and then we'll recess for lunch and come back and knock out the other 5. Does that sound reasonable?
Yep.
All right. Does that work with our schedule? Anybody paying attention to what time it is?
If I could have any voice in this, I'd prefer to take lunch closer to 12 if possible.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. If we can sneak the Tobes
Maybe
additions
sneak in a
in,
couple items.
yeah, let's see if we can get 5 and 6 done. Give us a better advantage. So, and then we'll break for lunch if we can. All right, so we're on to item number 5, request of Dan Morris, Freedom Signs agent for John Price, consider for conceptual review and final approval, approximately 24.9 square feet of signage. And this is basically the fuel depot on Lily Avenue, so 2285 Summerlin. So previous comments, pretty straightforward. Pole signs should be smaller. Consider monument signs. Sign cabinet on chimney is too thick. One member believes the sign should be on top of the chimney and visible from both sides. Some members suggest the sign should be on both sides of the chimney. Board is mixed on the size of the wall sign, but generally acceptable. So we have our applicant with us.
And I just wanted to bring your attention, it's up on the screen. There is a planner memo that just clarifies a couple of the regulations, I believe.
Okay, very good. So is there anything specific in there you think we should pay attention to today?
Well, it just draws your attention to some specific regulations in Summerlin. Upon further review that for, let's see, what's it? Well, I'm having a hard time seeing what it says, but yeah, pole signs, freestanding pole signs can't be any greater than 5 feet in height. I think actually the project has removed the pole sign at this point in time, but the applicant can speak to that. And then there's also a limit on or prohibition on internally illuminated signs, so they have to be externally lit. So I think you'll see that in the revised presentation.
Very good.
And was that it? Oh, exposed face of signs must be either wood or a painted non-gloss material.
Very good. All right, do we have our applicant ready and teed up?
Yeah, Dan Morris for Freedom Signs. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so we have removed the pole signs from the last time you saw these. So now we're just down to 2 pretty small wall signs. We have sign A, if you want to go to page 2. Here's the point market sign, pin mounted letters directly on the wall. Weren't allowed internally illuminated signs, so it's now illuminated by gooseneck lamps, detail on a later sheet. Take us to page 3. That'll be the second wall sign, the fuel depot. That's mounted on the chimney. I think there was general approval for it last time with the comment that it could be made thinner. So we've taken it from, I think it was about 8 inches before down to 2. And this one too couldn't be internally illuminated, so it's now illuminated by 2 gooseneck lamps as well. If you take us to the next page, we can see the signs in place.
It's just taking a moment to load here.
Yeah. When it loads, yep.
Must be it.
Need some interlude music.
Yeah.
From the 60s. All right, here it comes. Drum roll, please.
Seriously.
Like watching somebody draw. Okay, yay.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, so this is the front of the building. You can see the point market sign in the same location as before, just now with the gooseneck lamps above it. I would add that the gooseneck lamps are the same as the kind used on neighboring properties, Rusty's Pizza, the coffee shop next door, Red Kettle Coffee. They all pretty much have the same kind of lighting. And we're just in keeping with the community. And then sign B you can see up there on the chimney, and if we go to the next page, you can see it in place on that elevation. Another slow one. There it is. So same location as before, just lit by gooseneck lamps now, as the internal illumination wasn't allowed. Go down to the next page. We didn't put the sign on the other side of the chimney. It just wouldn't be visible from anywhere. And seems kind of pointless. We don't need to put a sign up there. Go to the next page, we'll show the lighting detail. I think there was some concern that the lighting was too bright. That specification there is just the maximum brightness that that fixture can accommodate. We're actually proposing a 10 watt equivalent to 100 watt incandescent. So it would be a 10 watt LED bulb in each fixture. So the equivalent of 200 watts per sign. And then if we can go to the next page to see some pictures of the area. And the next page will show us some of the neighboring, next one. So here's some similar signs in the area, Red Kettle Coffee with the gooseneck lamps. Bikini Factory sign is actually about the same height as the one we're asking for, so not asking for anything unusual. And then Rusty's Pizza, another wall sign that's larger than ours and more illumination. So just some examples. I think that pretty much does it.
All right, thank you. Any questions from board members? Okay, and any public comment from anybody, and then anybody from the public wish to speak on this item? Any letters to go into the record today? From public?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Pamela, give me just a sec. I believe that you have letters in the file already, but I think we have Ms. Scott who would like to make public comment as well.
All right, Ms. Scott, welcome to the meeting, and I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Make your comments, and please state your name for the record before you start.
Okay, hello, I'm Pamela Scott. I'd like to put my video on if I could figure it out. But if I can't, therefore I'll just speak. I'm Pamela Scott. I've been a resident for
Ms. Scott, sounds like we lost your audio. You want to see if you can troubleshoot that? I'll pause for a second.
There we go.
Okay, I'm gonna reset the timer here. So let's try this again. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Pamela Scott. I'm a resident for 7 years of Summerlin. I'm in commercial real estate. I'm a member of the SCA. I'm head of the membership committee for the SCA. And I guess I have a couple issues. One, the community wasn't really given any notice of the lighting. None of the neighboring properties know anything about it. The members weren't notified by the SCA, and I guess it was put in the news press, which nobody reads really anymore, or very limited classified section. So I feel like the community didn't get proper input. You know, the history of this property, if you've driven down the street over the last, 15, 20 years, it was a very underutilized gas station. They had their prices at $5. So very little traffic was associated with it because, you'd only do that in a pinch. And then it certainly didn't have any lighting. I think was open 24 hours, but just had a little open sign on the exterior. So it's and if you've driven down Lily Avenue at 8 or 9 o'clock at night, it's kind of dark and quiet. So in terms of the lighting, I'm concerned that if you look, we checked on the lighting at the Bikini Factory, there's just 260 watts, Summerlin Beach 62 watts, I believe. The Nugget has a maximum 150 watts. And this would have 200 watts per sign, which is 400, which is quite bright. But one of my additional concerns is twofold. First, that The canopy will have lighting. If you look at the Coast Village Road station, the beautiful downlit lighting on the building, but the canopy is blinding. So how wouldn't the architectural view of this property be incomplete if they didn't look at the complete lighting package, including the canopy lights? Remember, this is 24 hours. So, you know, if the canopy lights are bright and we've got 400 watts, then that's quite bright, hugely brighter than what we've had. Not that I'm opposed to him being successful, but I think the community didn't even have a chance to look at it. And then number two, so that's and then the freeway visibility, nobody has really mentioned. And I wanted to, I don't know if you can see this, but one thing people don't like in this town is the the liquor sign that you can see from the freeway that's lit. And if you look at the Google Maps, if you can see where I've X'd out that actually at Evans exit, the sign is just as visible, or I don't really know, but it's going to be 200 watts as the liquor sign when you're driving down the freeway. So I just think that these things weren't really. I'm done.
You've used your time, so please wrap up, please.
Okay. Oh, that's it. I just wanted to point out that I don't think we have a clear picture of all the lighting. I don't think the property noticed. Nobody in the surrounding businesses know anything about it. And I think that I understand he's willing to maybe lower this, but I think it should be in writing and we should look at the full picture. Thank you very much.
All right, outstanding. Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public that wish to speak?
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and I'll give you 3 minutes. When you hear the alarm go off, I'll turn it off. But if you're still talking, just try to wrap it up when you hear that, please. Go ahead and state your name. For the
okay,
record.
my name is Sharon Cussman. And I just would like to support John Price and his plan. The reason I chose him for a long-term lease was because I'm the property owner, and the reason I chose John Price is because if you just look at his other businesses, you'll see that they're professional, clean, and very well run. And I just support what he does. And I think it's not going to be a problem. There's dimmers, there's lower wattage than it's capable of. So there shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, very good. Thank you for your brief comments. Do we have
Sure.
any other members of the public who would like to speak? Okay, I'm not hearing any, but if somebody comes late to the party, we'll accommodate. Let's see, before I turn it over to the board for comments, I just wanted to make reference to Mrs. Scott's comments or inquiries. That this project was the full remodel of the gas station or property came before this board and went through a pretty arduous process. So if you're interested, I'll direct you to that application. It's a separate application from the signage that we're talking about today and these minor lighting items that are added to it. But if you'd like to look at the larger improvement and study that, that should be available in the public record. And perhaps you could go to the planner that's assigned to the project for some help on that if you like to see what's going on there. And then I had a question for the applicant, just in terms of addressing comments from the public, which again, we appreciate your public comment. All projects like this in this area will require dark sky compliant lighting. So from the applicant standpoint, we expect downward facing dark sky compliant lighting. Can you just affirm that that's the lighting that's being proposed here and that it complies with that ordinance, and show us how you have that documented in your presentation or your plans, please? Maybe need to unmute yourself, sir.
Sorry, you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the fixture is dark skies compliant. The light fires downwards with minimal, it's fully shielded, so minimal light leakage, and the bulbs will will be of a warm nature and won't provide leakage onto neighboring properties. Yeah, the fixtures themselves fire downwards as do the fixtures on neighboring properties. We basically use the same look as has been approved on other properties in the area. So dark sky is compliant.
Okay, very good. Thank you for adding that information. Comments. I'm going to go to our resident sign maniac, Alex Peugeot.
No, I think this application has changed. It complies beautifully with the intent of what the Summerland community plan wanted. I was a little bit curious as to the amount of lighting, but I think the applicant clarified that this 100 watt equivalent light per fixture, not 200 as shown in the plan, right? I mean, I think that's the point. So I have no other comment.
All right, cool. Does any other board member have comments for this application?
I think it would be good to memorialize the actual wattage of the actual proposed wattage for the bulbs in the plan set that gets approved.
I agree.
This is John Price, and there'll be no more than the 100.
Okay. Yeah, my comment would be simply to add the link. I'd like to see on applications like this some just copying and pasting in the dark sky compliant regulations and ordinance that it's easy to get off the county's website and just add it to your application. That way, you know, it sets a clear standard for what has to be achieved. So when the construction happens, the information's available. So, so just add some. It sounds like the only comment is to come back with a little bit clear documentation on dark sky compliance and the wattage of the fixtures more clearly articulated. So
Mr.
with that,
Chair,
I think,
I think we can give the preliminary and final. It's scheduled for that, and we make it.
I have a comment.
Okay, John, go ahead and make your comment. I'll come back to you, Alex.
I'm sorry, what?
Go ahead, John, please.
You know, I have a comment. I think there should be one lamp at each sign.
Okay, got it.
It seems like two seems, you know, arbitrary and, you know, overkill.
I think the idea there, John, is to if there's two lamps, then each of them don't have to be as bright. So one light will have to be brighter, and I think there's an attempt here to kind of try and distribute that and keep the wattage lower. But we'll take your comment. Otherwise, that was my interpretation of it. Well, let's see what we can do here first before we waste any more time. So it sounds like we have a board member that wants to propose a motion. So let's see what you got there, Alex. See if it flies.
I move that we approve the application as for preliminary and final approval with the lighting to be the equivalent of 100 watt per proposed fixture. And I think that's it, right? Yeah, and no lighting for the just to clarify that the signs on the pumps, they will be lit by the canopy side lighting, which is not part of the application, but the canopy signs by the dispenser size signs are, right? So that's,
and under consideration, Alex, would you consider adding the dark sky compliant?
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot. Yes, just to put a note saying light fixtures to comply with the dark sky compliance ordinance in the city and the county of Santa Barbara. Just a simple note will do.
Okay, we have a motion for preliminary and final. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you guys, appreciate it.
And thank you again to the public for your commentary and your care to your community. We appreciate it. I'm going to move on to item 6. titled Tobes Edition. And I think based on our timing here, can maybe get this item done. I guess what we're shooting for is try and break for lunch at noon. So let's see how this goes. Request of Zoran Baldes, sorry for mutilating your last name. Agent for Ann Smith, Tobes 2009 Trust, to consider case number 147 for preliminary and final approval of an interior remodel, 996 square feet addition, 600 square foot garage conversion, 400 square foot new garage, and new 46 by 16 foot pool. The following structures exist on the so zone 1E1 Toro Canyon area. So looks like from our last meeting, we have Zoran back, and we also have a public comment letter to add to the record, and looks like 6 comments from the board. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and make any presentation of anything new, and please just do a brief review of each of those lettered items for us and let us know how you resolved or handled them. Thank you.
Okay, this is Paul Ashley, and I am the architect for the project. I
Very
don't
good.
know if Zoran is with us for this hearing. He had to run out. I don't see him. Okay,
That should
so
be
he's
fine.
fine now. I gave the presentation the last time around. I don't know how much the committee remembers the previous presentation. Do we need to do any quick review of the existing building photos? What is your feeling on that?
Well, let's ask, is everybody on this panel here familiar with this project?
I'll
I'm
be
not.
happy to just flip through the photos quickly if you need me to.
Yeah, does anybody feel like they need a kind of a refresher here?
This file is really laggy, so I'm trying to problem solve it while you guys get started, but that's just why I'm clicking through right now.
It sounds like, well, I don't know, Kaylee, if you've seen this project before or not, have you?
I don't think I have, but I can get up to speed quick. I'm just,
So for the architect, it sounds like Mrs. Grubb here and myself have yet to see this. So we'll try our best to catch it up. But why don't you, again, I think just assume that you're in good hands here, and for now at least. And why don't you add anything new that's happened since that you want to present, and then go through the comments, and we'll certainly ask questions if we need to be filled in here.
Okay, got it. I'll try to be as efficient as I can. I understand we got a noon deadline, and I'd like to take lunch at noon also. So,
Thank you.
So this presentation, as far as what's changed since the last time around, there hasn't been per se changes, but when I presented last time, I showed you illustrative kind of colored elevations. And now in the set that you've opened on the screen, these are sort of the CAD elevations, which are on progress to become a building permit. So this is our site plan, obviously. The entry drive is in the lower left, and we're proposing new gates and pillars down there. And then you can see the additions called off around the existing house there in the center, and the new pool shown, and the new garage to the left. So if we want to scroll through the drawings, we'll try to go as quickly as possible. We'll scroll down. This file is moving slowly. I apologize for that.
I'm sorry. I tried to flatten it a few different ways, and it's
Yeah, I know, and I flattened it a couple times too. There's only so much you can compress, obviously. It's challenging.
just let me know what sheet you want me to stop on.
Oh, well, here we are. This is the demolition of the first floor, and it's pretty straightforward. We're gutting the entire two-story wing there with the existing kitchen and office, and the garage on the left is becoming a family room. There's an enclosed room on the right under the terrace above, and that's being opened up. That's all becoming one covered terrace. Let's scroll through here. Let's go to the proposed plans. I don't want to spend too much time on the demolition. Oh, and this plan is where we're demolishing the terrace for the pool. So scroll through that. That's going to be the new pool area. Proposed plan here, very straightforward. We are not touching the one-story wing that goes north-south on these drawings. That's the main public room. That is not being touched in any way, shape, or form, inside or out. Our renovations are exclusively on the east-west wing, which is the top of your sheet. On the left is the new two-car garage. Next to that is the family room, which is a garage conversion. And then we've got some service spaces, the laundry room, the powder room, and then a large kitchen, breakfast room area. And then all the way to the right, the covered terrace. Jumping around a little bit. This proposed, I'm sorry, I'll wait for you to clear the screen. The covered terrace all the way on the right. This next plan just shows the new pool, which is south of the building. And we have removed one of the low site walls and moved it to the right, so it lines up with that long terrace wall. And we have an entrance to the pool on the left and an entrance on the right. The pool equipment, and that was a question in your list last time around, is in the lower right-hand corner there. I should say that the pool equipment, all the specifications have been sent to our planner, and our planner has approved our equipment, the decibels, the specification, and the 5-foot-high enclosure of our equipment area. So that's all been signed off by them officially. Second floor, very quickly, very slowly, I guess. The existing second floor is being completely gutted, and those two terraces, one on each side, are also being gutted because they're being built out as new bedrooms. Can scroll down. This is our new second floor plan. On the right terrace, we're putting the new grand master bedroom. There's a question in the last review about the windows on the north side of the house and the spacing. And I just wanted to point out on this master bedroom floor plan why the windows are spaced the way they are. They are flanking that master bedroom head wall, and they're over the nightstands on either side. To the left of that, we have a large master bathroom and master walk-in closet. And then all the way down at the end of the hall, we've taken that terrace and turned it into 2 bedrooms with walk-in closets at either end. And also there are 2 bathrooms there, it's en suite. The new garage all the way on the left is just a 1-story building, and it does not have a roof terrace on it. We do not walk out onto it. Okay. And our roof plans, scroll through very quickly. All we're doing on this roof, that second floor roof, we're just extending that hip form to the east and to the west, all the way to the extent of the terraces that we're covering over. So it's the same roof design, same tile, just being extended. On our elevations here, this is our west elevation. The top elevation will be the demolition, and the bottom elevation on these sheets will be the proposed. Down in the lower left, you see that's the new sidewall of the new garage with the side garage door opening onto it. The sidewall of the 2-story bedroom there does not have windows in it. On the right, we're putting new pool gates. That terraced enclosure on the right that's existing is just open, but we're having to put pool enclosure gates there, and that's what you see there. Scroll down to the next elevation, the south elevation. Once again, the top is the demo, the bottom is the proposed. You can see we're taking off the low walls on the terraces on the 2 sides. And on the right, we built a new master bedroom addition with that projecting bay. On the left, we're building the new 2-bedroom addition with a projecting bay. That projecting bay is also all the way down on the 1st floor family room too. So that's a 2-story piece that you see all the way on the left, windows on each floor. All the way to the left, there's our 1-story garage addition right there. And in the foreground in the front, that's the outline of the pool. I cut a section through the pool terrace there. You can scroll down. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, so I'm moving quickly. There's our demo of the west elevation. That terrace on the upper right, the walls are being demoed, and that's being turned into the new master bedroom. So on the lower right, yeah, you see those 2 pairs of windows there and the extended hip roof over there. On the 1st floor, under that master bedroom, there was the enclosed morning room with the windows, and you can see on the proposed, we have added an arch. So we've made 2 identical arch forms under that master bedroom addition up above. Moving to the left, there's a projecting balcony and then stairs going down to the site. We have added a new set of stairs to the left that's identical to the ones to the right so that we can access the pool area. And there you can see the enclosures for the pool area and then the pool equipment enclosure in the very lower right, left of that drawing. Last elevation is the north elevation. Once again, demo on the top, we're taking away the terrace walls and we're building the 2 additions on either side. We're replacing, except for the one little window in the middle of that elevation, which is the laundry room, we're replacing all the doors and windows on this elevation to reflect the new plan and new styles of the building. So the left, there's that master bedroom addition on the lower left with the 2 windows that are asymmetrical in those bays. And then we have the windows for the master bathroom and the guest bathrooms and stuff. On the lower floor, there's 2 pairs of doors for the kitchen and then a window in the middle. Right in the middle of the proposed elevation, that's a low CMU wall, which is a mechanical condenser unit enclosure space. And then on the right, we've added that bedroom addition on the 2nd floor and a 2-story bay On this bay, on the first floor family room, we have French doors instead of windows because we want to open up to that backyard. And on the very right is the one-story garage. I should say that we're trying to do some economizing and recycling in this plan. Those two new doors, pairs of doors we're adding, the French doors to the kitchen on the left, those have been recycled from the room we demoed on the terrace, as well as the window that you see in the middle. So we're trying to reuse some of the existing elements so they match. Scrolling down, you're just going to see my development of the project. I'm starting to look at some of these enlarged areas and put dimensions and notes on them. Same sort of thing, just detailing them. Keep scrolling. We located the company that supplied all of the precast concrete trims on this building. They are Concrete Designs in Tucson, Arizona. And I've been working with them to identify all the trims that were used on this building and code them. And now we're going to be purchasing the same trims, which are still in production, for our additions and alterations. So that's what that sheet is all about. It's keying that on the elevation. Door and window schedule, very straightforward. And here's our front gate. On this sheet, on the lower left was the gate inspiration right there. It's very frilly and decorative. To the lower right, that's the development of that design within the actual gate form. Two 7-foot panels that swing in, and then two stucco finished CMU piers with concrete trim caps. There to the upper left is our proposed light fixture, little sconces that will be mounted on either side of that gate. This sconce we will also use on the existing building where we need to add a few exterior sconces, which is only in 4 places. That's my quickie presentation. We have some landscape drawings also, if we want to call those up now. Here we go. This is only 2 sheets. I should say there was some confusion with our planner. This presentation was supposed to be preliminary final, but I explained to the planner this is not our final drawing, so this is technically preliminary. These are 2 sheets from the landscape designer. The first sheet is the demolition sheet and the tree identification, showing photos of all the existing landscaping there. There are a few trees we are removing, which are primarily those Italian cypresses, which are on either side of that terrace. If you look on the photo on the lower right, the second one from the bottom, which is number 4. Yeah, let's zoom in on that. There, right there. On either side of that existing terrace, there are those Italian cypresses, which we feel are a little bit overgrown and are going to shade the pool. All 4 of those trees will be coming out. Also, the wall that you see in the foreground is, that's an existing wall that faces the auto court. The one in the distance is all coming down because that terrace is getting larger. Other than that, we're not removing any other trees or landscaping. Scroll down to the next sheet, which is the proposed landscape plan. It is somewhat conceptual yet. It is not developed with irrigation and lighting yet. If you look at the plan there on the left, we've got a little bit of landscaping in the pool area up against the house on the north part of the pool patio. There's landscape strip. And then in each corner, we've got some green areas. So we don't have that much, so we can eliminate some of the feeling of the hardscape there. We are adding some landscaping to the left of the pool patio outside those walls. There you go, right there. And also to the right of the pool patio outside of the new wall that's out there. There is existing landscaping all the way to the left around the auto court, but it's a little scruffy. So we will be refreshing that, some of those plants. We're also going to do a little planter on the north end of the auto court in front of this 2-story addition with the bays there. And then we show a little landscaping to the left side of the garage to soften that edge. So there's not a lot of landscaping going on here. We're retaining all the existing landscaping on the site. Oh, I apologize. In the upper right, there's our gate entry area. And the landscape designer has shown the finishes to the hardscape, the low plants, the hedges, and then a trash enclosure inside the gate. I don't know if you need to look at that in any blown-up detail, but he did a good job developing that. He's shown a plant palette down below on this sheet. Obviously, this isn't the planting plan, this is conceptual. The landscape architect's associate is with us. If you have any specific questions about the plants, I'm not qualified to talk about them. I'm just, presenting you the conceptual layouts. That was my quickie. Did I go too fast, or do you have specific questions?
That's very well done, actually. Thank you. Well, let's see. Why don't we bring in your landscape associate here, and then we'll move to questions.
Krista, are you with us? Krista.
Give it a second.
Krista Sanders, do you see her?
Leah, do you see anybody in the peanut gallery there? Last name Sanders?
I'm calling her now.
We still have Leah with us.
See if she answers. I was just chatting with her.
Leah went to the restroom. I'll be covering for right now. Are we looking for, what was the last name?
Sanders.
Give me 1 second. Let me see. No, we don't have a Sanders last name in here, Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I was just texting her. I just texted her and asked her where she was. Said she was present. Do we want to look at some of your previous comments, or we have a letter that's been submitted?
Well, hold on a second there. Let's just give that a second to see if we can catch that. Let's go back to the architectural drawings and see if we have any questions from the board. Any questions from board members about the presentation so far?
I have a question about the what's the material of the parking area, and are you changing it at all?
The material of the parking area, were you looking at that auto court? You see the speckle in the middle? That is poured in place concrete, and where you see the textures on either side, that is flagstones, mud set. If you want to pull up the photos of the existing, you got some great images of what those areas look like.
I see something on the L1A on the landscape. There's a little piece of one. I'm not sure where. Yeah, on the corner.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. On the right, you can see a little bit. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Coming. Yeah, there it is. There.
Yeah, hold on 1 minute, Miss. We'll have you in a second. We're just straightening out some questions here.
Yeah, there you go. But it's hard to
Actually,
see
that photo down there does show that very well. That's the concrete in the middle, and on either side is the flagstone. We're retaining all that, except we're trimming it a little bit at the edges to put in some landscaping.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. So it sounds like we have your landscape associate on the call. Want to continue on with the presentation and complete the landscape, and then we'll turn this back to the board and from further questions if there are any. Please proceed.
Hi, this is Krista. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us.
Sure. Sorry about that. Yeah. So what can I go over for you?
Well, we should go back to the landscape plans. I think they were just opened. They're all the way on the right on the top bar. We got out of landscape. We went back to architectural. Cool. All the way. Yeah, that right there. Well, there we go. And then maybe scroll down to the bottom sheet, which is no. We're back on architectural. I don't know what happened. There we go. And then if you want to enlarge the sheet to show full screen, and then Krista can talk about the species.
Yeah, so as Paul mentioned, we have just some soft entry planting there, just low water, low growing plants to emphasize the entry gates. A lot of the screening is existing as you enter the driveway. So we're just kind of enhancing and complementing what's existing there. And as he also mentioned, it's very minimal. So we have some plants around the new pool, and the list is there. If you have any specific questions, it's very simple kind of Mediterranean plant palette with some flowering ornamental trees on either side of the entry.
Yeah, a quick question is one of the comments was that to demonstrate on your plans showing existing to remain and proposed along with trees to be removed. So maybe you could just do a brief summary of that.
Let's see, so we have an existing tree plan on the one page above
First
this.
sheet, right? First sheet.
And that's pretty good. That's a pretty good explanation of the vegetation that's existing. As you can see, we're only changing or modifying what's inside of that blue line, and there really isn't too much landscape
They
there.
want to blow up that part of the plan where the blue line is, the center part of your plan. There we
Yes,
go.
I apologize. I had to open this in a program that's not quite as smooth, so that's why it's kind of
Yeah.
jumping.
I
Okay.
understand it's challenging. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so here you can see there's a couple of Italian cypress that we will be removing because they're high fire hazard, as well as they're very large and kind of overcrowding the hardscape. The planting on the left side of the driveway, we're just adding to what's there, which is like some clivias and some shade plants. And as far as the rest, it's mostly hardscape, so there's no existing vegetation.
And the comment was pool location overwhelms the space, restudy pool sizing and deck layout, and also pool equipment on plans. Can you guys just quickly refresh our memory on what you've done there?
I'm sorry, I got lost just there. When you said that was a comment, I'm looking at the comments that were issued to me. It says show pool equipment on plans and study pool deck area around pool. What did you say? Can you repeat that?
I have pool location overwhelms the space, restudy pool sizing and pool deck layout. That's item E. And then item D,
okay.
preceding that says show pool equipment on plans.
Okay, I hear you. That's very interesting in what you just showed me because I have those comments were released to me and that's not on my comments. I'm looking right at it. Okay. I'm not sure what happened there. Well, the pool area is not grand. We were working with some of the existing patio space. I have removed, there's an existing enclosed hardscape terrace with a fountain in the middle. And the right side of that terrace aligns with the right side of the house wall. Where are we going here? We're jumping around. Yeah, okay, so see what you've got right there? That's quite small. So we've enlarged this terrace in two ways. The wall on the right there, where Krista is showing those Italian cypresses being canceled, we're moving that wall all the way over so that it aligns with the terrace wall. So we're making it larger in that direction. And then on the bottom there, on the south side, we're removing that wall and moving it 3 feet south so we can get a little more width to the patio as well. So it's been enlarged in those two ways. Now, we still don't have a lot of space for the pool. The client's fine with it. They don't really need a grand pool, just for the kids to jump in and out of. So going back to that plan, we've got some hardscape around the pool, but we've got a landscape buffer between that pool and the house. And then we have little landscape cubbies in each corner.
All right.
Back on that plan.
You go back to that plan, Kaylee. The more next sheet. And when you're done with this, I can't remember if you covered this or not. I'm sorry, but the other comment was provide gate details. So if you haven't already covered that, I'd like to see those.
Yeah, I just showed you a elevation.
All right, I was distracted. I might have missed that. I was distracted.
Okay, it's the last sheet of the set. If you need to look at it again, it's the last sheet of the architectural set.
Page 18.
Okay. So I think that's enough on the pool. Unless if it comes up again, we'll address. I'll give you a chance to talk about it. But yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there's our gate sheet. Right.
So any other pertinent questions? Everybody kind of settle in here. Let's move this forward if we could. I'd like to see if there's any public comment, or there's a letter here I'm going to address here in a moment. But do we have any speakers that want to speak today? Okay. Well, it sounds like no. So I'm reading a letter from Jean Select Camp, trustee, is apparently the neighbor. I'm just going to read the summary here. In summary, my husband and I are in support of this project as long as our joint privacy is maintained per above and the pool and its proposed equipment are used and enclosed per current plan. So I read through this carefully and some language here. Again, congratulations to, or thanks to the applicant for making this effort, first of all. Sounds like the applicant was kind enough to forward the applicant current architectural plans, and their review is that, let me just say, as long as the equipment and pool are enclosed by the 5-foot high CMU wall currently shown on the attached layout at A0.0, and the proposed Zodiac Jandy pool equipment, which which all appear to be below 60 decibels at 12 feet away from 12 feet away per the data sheet is used, noise should not be an issue for us. So that was kind of seems to be the summary of that item.
This
And
neighbor
then,
was sent these.
hold
they were-
on,
they
hold
were
on,
sent-
hold on,
Okay,
please,
sorry.
please don't, hey, please don't interrupt me. Just let me one at a time. It's very difficult for these web meetings to go with two people talking. I'll give you a chance to speak in a second. I just want to finish this. Verbally, there was also a verbal confirmation between these neighbors that the landscaping between the properties will remain intact to the extent possible and work to ensure the visual privacy is maintained between the two properties. So it looks like there was a 25-foot high wall of trees on the joint property boundary. And as long as those trees are not removed, and again, I'm just paraphrasing from the letter here from Ms. Camp. As long as those trees are not removed or cut lower than their current trimmed heights, there will be little visual impact in terms of our privacy. So on and so forth. So look, it looks like there's been some resolution. And a quick question to the applicant, just or just a request for further presentation. Can you just kind of demonstrate how you ameliorated those issues in your documents here? Sounds like you've had a good agreement with them on some level here. So just show us what you've done.
I'm the architect, but Zoran was the one who was working with this neighbor and liaisoning. They were shown these plans and they were given all the equipment specifications. So based on that, they produced this letter.
Right. I'm asking you to show on your plans how you've documented the resolution that you guys have come up with. I just want to see how you've directed the design to meet the.
Well, I think the main thing I'm hearing is to say that the privacy will be that the sense of privacy will be kept. So I'm not really sure how to respond other than to say that. Well,
okay, well, it's fine. That's fine. We can move on then. I'll add it as a comment. But I think, there's some specific language here in the letter that looks like you guys have come to some agreement, so of some sort. So I'd just like to see some reference to those specific items in the plans. But we can add that as a comment, so that ties that off. But do we have any other letters or public comment before we move on? No, okay.
Was it this neighbor in that letter, just for reference?
Yes, thank you. All right, and the other board members also have access to the letter, so we're all looking at it, reading it. It has some specific discussion in there. So look, I'm just seizing on that because usually we don't get that level of specificity, and it seems like a resolution and a way to move this forward. So, all right, why don't we go through some comments, and then at the end, I'll give the architect a couple brief moments to respond to any of the comments if necessary, and then we'll see where we go next. So, John, Mr. Verdiak,
this is Alex. Can I just make a quick request for the BR to look closely at that exterior lighting? I'm just questioning whether it meets the hooded requirement.
Okay, very good. Well,
it's on the last page.
Let's have a quick look at that before we move again. Right. Okay. So, yeah, there's a note there to look at that for dark sky compliance. So, all right, again, John, why don't you lead us off, Mr. Verdiak, with your comments, please?
Well, it's very well done and kept in the same theme of the building. It's a very beautiful job, and it's well selected, all the material. I mean, I support this project. It's beautiful.
Thank you. Moving on to Ms. Froscher.
Yeah, I think it's a very well done project. It looks to me like the light fixture has a hooded sleeve inside, which would make it acceptable for dark sky compliant. And yeah, it seems like the only thing to just be clear on is the pool equipment. The letter from the neighbor talks about the 5-foot high CMU wall being maintained around the equipment. question to the applicant, that's the case, right?
So we have
I'm
a question for the
confused.
applicant.
Am I supposed to answer now or am I supposed to wait?
Well, it looks like a question has shown up, so we're going to pause on comments here. There's a clarification being requested of you, so you want to restate the question again?
Yeah, it looked like the main concern in the letter was that the 5-foot-high CMU wall around the pool equipment be carried through with as depicted in the drawing. So I'm just asking, is that the case?
Yes, my elevations do show that pool enclosure, CMU wall enclosure, and I
Right.
call it out to be 5 feet high above the pool equipment slab.
Okay, great.
And just to clarify further, that light fixture does have a solid shroud.
Yeah,
You
that's
see
good.
inside that grill work, you see like a
Right.
solid shroud, and the bulb is recessed into that shroud.
Right.
Very good.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. So
Yeah,
any other further comments? Back to the board, please.
I think it's a good project and should move forward.
All right. I'm going to give the mic, Mr. Peugeot, please.
Yeah, when we saw the first time, we were well. We liked the project then. It's very well developed. It's ready for preliminary and maybe final. Not just all the details are there. It may be ready for final. The board needs to be aware that that pool equipment is still quite a distance from the property line. These parts that you can see in the landscape drawings, what is the east property line? It's another 15 feet from or 20 feet from the pool equipment, quite a distance. It is a strange subdivision where some of the neoclassical landscape design it goes across property lines, but it's the area of work is not on the property line, still quite a distance away, and that's the separation between neighbors. That the privacy issues that we're talking about is definitely well resolved.
Okay,
So
good.
I'm totally in support of the project.
I think the comment that I want to seize on is that the privacy issue between neighbors appears to be adequately resolved. Is one of the major comments that I think should be. It just needs to go against or address the comments that were recorded in the last meeting. So last but not least, the most important part of any project is the landscape. So I'll let Mrs. Grubb opine on that, and then we'll let Robert have a chance, and then we'll wrap this up.
Okay. I think the plant palette looks acceptable, and we'll just need irrigation and wheeload documentation for final. And it seems that they're preserving that screening, that row of screening that the neighbor's speaking to. So my only very minor comment was that I think the light fixtures on these gate pilasters are underscaled. I thought the rest of the project is good. I just wanted to comment, not for the record, just to the architect, that the way you did your elevations is very legible to a landscape architect. I appreciated them.
Thank you.
The way they're shaded.
You're welcome.
Right, Robert, do you have any comments? We still have Robert on here?
Yeah, I'm on here.
Okay.
I think it's a great project too, and the selection of planting is appropriate, and so they move it forward. Thank you.
All right, I don't have any comments other than the ones that have been provided. I've just asked that the architect make a notation on sheet A2.8 with direct references to the dark sky compliant ordinances that apply here. So go get the language from the county's documentation and put that on your drawing so that stays intact as it goes into the next stages. And then really the only issues here that I see are that show the pool equipment on the plans, and with studying that with the neighbors, so it seems to be resolved. So please add any notation to your plans that documents how you've resolved that, so that it's understood by all who look at it. And that's it. Those are my comments. I'm a little bit. The pool location overwhelms the space. Restudy the pool sizing and pool deck layout. We didn't really get a comment on that, but I'm going to just say it seems appropriate and well done. So I don't know. I missed the initial discussion on that and don't know how it was studied, but your presentation convinces me that it's pretty well thought through and seems appropriate to the project. So with that, if there's any board members interested in making a motion, let's entertain that now, unless.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for preliminary and final. Some of the details are a little bit missing, but they are too much existing. Most of the it's close enough. So that's the motion for preliminary and final as submitted with the notes indicated by the chair.
Okay,
I think we cannot get final without the irrigation plans, but Alex.
Hold on a second. Okay, look, we have a second, and I don't think that's. I think we can add that as a comment. So let's go back to under discussion. Alex, there's an opportunity here to revise your proposed.
Yes. Okay.
Motion.
Yes. For preliminary approval with the chair's comments, with final to return on consent to review the missing landscape items and any additional details that may be necessary for the project.
Okay, good. So that constitutes that would constitute an approval, and just for the applicant's sake, returning on consent would just be a much more informal, not noticed to the public review before one of our next meetings. So to check that box. So definitely a pretty straightforward process here at this point. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
You guys want to fight over it?
No, y'all can have it.
Valerie already had it. So Valerie, seconding that.
Yeah, and the applicant can submit to building.
Yeah.
Now.
All right, so let's get this done. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Opposed. Okay, motion carries. Thanks to the applicant for a very astute presentation and good documentation. And thank you for working with your neighbors in good faith on that. That's appreciated. All right, so it's now 12:15. I'm gonna recess us for lunch, and how about we resume the board meeting at 1 p.m. Is everybody in favor of that?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we'll see everybody back here at 1 p.m. We're recessed. Okay, we're back. Who do I have? Do I have Alex? All right, resuming with our meeting here, November 5th, it's 1 p.m. Bringing the Board of Architecture Review back to order. And moving on to the next item. Do we have quorum? Anybody? Okay, good. So are we waiting for, we have Kaylee? Okay, good. All right, so we're moving on. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch. Hope you had a fun recess, playing handball and Foursquare and skipping rope. So request of A34 Studio, preliminary and final approval, 6,704 gross square foot new residence on the 792 gross square foot attached garage. Vacant parcel at 2,100 cubic yards of cut and fill. Sorry, of cut and 150 cubic yards of fill. And this is a 40-acre parcel on an AG Ag 140. So this is in 210 Lindbergh, which is in the Carpinteria. So we have Alan McLeod, architect, on screen here. Welcome. And then looks like we've got some landscape. So we have some brief comments. I'm just going to go through these. The applicant responded well to prior comments. Appreciate what's been done to reduce the visibility of the house, including shading and location on the site. The board is supportive of the siding, architectural design, and screening. Provide more oaks on the downslope from the residence and garage. Provide additional screening from views from below. Study the location of oak trees that are proposed, relocated, and whether they can be spread out. The landscape plan is supportable. So it seems like you're on the downslope here, Mr. Allen. So why don't you give us a brief presentation and show us how you handle those issues. And if there's anything new you want us to look at, please do that. And then we'll jump into questions and see if we can move this forward.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. I'll make this brief. We've actually made no changes to the architectural design. It's all been in the landscape to respond to the comments. So just as a quick orientation, if we can go to page 4 so I can orientate you, all the members again. We're on the top of a knoll. We've got a set of existing oaks, and the home hasn't changed since last time you saw it. So we can turn to page 13 of the set, and Chantal from Prairie Landscape can take over and address the comments.
Hi, everyone. So if we can go to the next sheet, we'll go to the tree protection plan, and that kind of shows you where we had studied relocating the oak trees. So for context, we do have, oh, it's still loading, a building envelope that was kind of our constraint to, that we kind of studied to where we can place the new or the relocated oak trees. So we ended up working with the arborist on it, and we had worked on putting the 8 of the relocated oaks into the existing oak grove. And so we worked with her with spatial layout and how we can incorporate it with the existing grove. So we did study putting it on the downside or downslope of on the south side of the house, but that whole slope that's down there is actually agriculture. They have coffee that is grown there. So that was not really, it was kind of not an option to put some oaks down there. And we did place one over here on the south side of the garage, which will also not block any views. So we wanted to kind of work with keeping the views on the south side of the property, which has ocean views. So that's kind of to address the oak comments. And the next sheet we have is the arborist report. And that just kind of shows, and she has also pictures of the oak trees that we are relocating. So they're all pretty small, relatively small, so they'll transplant well. And then to the next sheet, since we are here for preliminary and final, I'll kind of just go through my landscape plan since I'm presenting already. So here is the landscape plan, just to kind of address like specifics. Nothing has changed since you guys have last seen, but now we have done like a planting plan and got into more so just to kind of briefly go through it, for the entrance of the driveway, we have some ornamental grasses and some accent agaves to kind of create a nice soft entrance into the property. And in the actual main entrance of the residence, we have some tall, nice specimen cacti and gravel to kind of create architectural plantings around that entrance right there. And I guess some other specifics around the reflecting pool, we kind of went with the same idea with tall, nice specimen cacti to have kind of a nice reflection for the reflection pool. And then on the south side of the house, right below the pool, to kind of create a transition between the coffee and the house, we have a hydro seed of native grasses and wildflowers. And that's kind of the gist of it. If you can kind of look at like the photographs, let's take a little bit to load. It's kind of like the inspiration we're going for. And also here's the gravel sample of the gravel that we want to use on site. And also Alan might be getting into this, but there is green roofs now that are being proposed that you guys have not seen last time. So I'll just go through kind of our planting plan on that. We wanted to keep it really low water and minimal. So we chose 3 different type of agaves and kind of did a simple pattern, which will look really nice from above. And if you look at the top of this sheet, it's kind of our planting palette. Yeah, most of it is just ornamental grasses. Everything is low water and cacti and agaves. That's it for that landscape plan. If you can go through my next few sheets, I'll go through those quickly. So the next sheet is just planting details and planting notes. The next sheet we have, it's just the live roof details for the green roof system. Sheet we have is an irrigation plan, and also an irrigation plan for the green roof as well. And then the next sheet we have just irrigation details. Lastly, we have the WELO plan that I think you guys would like to see as well.
Is that the end of the presentation?
Yep. Yes. So that's the end of my presentation. I assume Alan has some other things he'd like to address with you guys.
Not unless there's questions. Not unless there's questions from the board. The plan didn't change from the last time they saw it.
All right. So check in here. Do we have any questions or anything you guys need further from the presentation? Okay. Any public comment? Letters to be added? No. All right, let's wrap this up. It looks like we've got sorry, let me go back here. So just reminding, we have a preliminary and final on agenda here. So do we have any specific comments?
Sorry, one question. Is there landscape lighting proposed? Just so I go to the right sheet.
Oh, so there is no landscape lighting. The architect or the architecture has a lot of lighting on site on the building. So there wasn't really anything that was necessary for the landscape.
Very good. Anybody in the mood to make a motion? Who's feeling it? Come on. Valerie, you gotta undo your mute button.
Can we look at the lighting to make sure that, I don't know if you guys looked at that.
It's in part 2 on page 18.
Have a motion?
I make a motion for preliminary and final approval as submitted. I was just looking at the details. They look nice. They look complete.
You have any second?
I'll second it.
You know,
Okay,
wait.
Go ahead.
Stop. And
Okay, under discussion, Valerie, go ahead.
yeah, I do have a comment. My comments before, I was the one that did a site visit and was very appreciative of how they had moved it back from the front of the slope. But it is a highly, highly visible site. And I asked for some foreground oaks. And I still want some foreground oaks. And, you know, they can be a frame to the view without eliminating the view, but they will help soften the hard edge of the building from all the thousands of people that will see it from below. So I would like to have it be a condition that there be some foreground oaks, and you can decide where you want to put them, but the coffee plants are not going to take that away. So we need some verticality, and I think we need something that just wraps around from the oaks that are already happening on the east and north.
Okay,
Even if it's different.
All right, thank you. I apologize that you didn't get that in. I know your computer was muted, so.
Yeah.
But we do have a motion on the table, so I'm gonna go back to the maker of the motion. Do you want to rescind your motion, or you want to alter it? What do you want to do?
I want to clarify this. How many oaks do we, is 6 is good enough, 6 15-gallon oaks and on the down slope? Will that be an appropriate response, Valerie?
What do you think, Kaylee, as a landscape architect?
I'd prefer to see fewer larger ones. So I think the ones they're transplanting from the photos look, I was gonna try to estimate how big they were. Maybe Chantal can chime
So
in.
Chantal, can you give us?
Let's say 3 transplanted oaks. Would that suffice it for you, Valerie?
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm seeing like this size is probably equivalent to a 48-inch box or so. I mean, that's a guess.
Yeah, as long as they survive.
All right, so back to the maker of the motion. Does that clarify what you need, Alex? Can you revise your?
I want language. Somebody provide the language for this.
So the condition is to add 3 of the transplanted oaks to the south side of the proposed residence, cited to avoid blocking views, but to grant assistance screening architecture.
And what happens with those the ones on the northeast? They would be replaced with new oaks or nothing?
I believe those were just infilling into an oak woodland, so they can probably just use some of the.
So they can't, this is Alex, just from a planning standpoint, those oaks that they're relocating were a mitigation for a prior project, so they can't, they're kind of on the hook to provide those. So preference may be just to add a few on top of that.
So Alex,
The mitigation requires that they go in those locations. Alex, sorry.
No, I don't know that necessarily had to be in that specific location, but it was associated with the driveway, the roadway leading up to the site, I believe.
Okay, so it sounds like what we're looking at, Alex Peugeot, is you need you want a number of oaks that you'd like to add as a stipulation on the downslope with the location to be chosen by the applicant, right? So you're looking for specificity on number. and
Yeah,
gallon.
right. So is 3 enough or maybe 4? Are you sure 3 is enough? I mean, if the comment is it's such a long house, that's what
I think it is. Look, it sounds like 3, how many 15-gallon oaks to be added on the downslope at the discretion of the applicant in terms of location. Is that how you'd like to go?
I think we're talking about transplanting the.
No, we already, those are in addition to the transplants that are already conditioned, I think.
I guess my thinking was those transplants are going to be bigger and they're already there and they already have to plant them. So why not put them where they'll be useful, like rather than buy new small ones? But I guess that can be.
We're not talking about either or, we're talking about in addition to. So I think what Alex has asked, we have 3 transplanted oaks being conditionally required for them to mitigate. Those are going where they're going. That's not changing, right? And then what I think Alex is asking is how many oaks should be added down there, if at all, and what size should they be in order to ameliorate what I think Valerie and Alex are concerned with.
Okay, let's say 324s then.
All right.
And
So Alex, there's your number. Do you want to revise your motion?
Okay, so we're moving 3 of those oaks and we're adding another 3 24s. Is that it?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Is that acceptable to Mr. McLeod? Am I Leod? How do you pronounce your last name?
McLeod.
McLeod. Much better.
Right.
Okay.
And yes, that's acceptable to us.
Okay,
Right.
so then I will add that to the motion.
All right. All right. Okay, so do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, okay, all those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, everybody,
Thank
for
you, board
that.
members. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, on to item, good job, you guys. That was a little good last minute save. Thanks, Lori. I mean, thanks, Valerie. Jeez. I don't know what I'm talking about today. Okay, we're on to item number 8, correct? And this is a small cell wireless. So much fun. Request of Montecito Water District to consider preliminary final approval of 4 radio collector devices for their smart meter program. Facilities would include radio collector unit, solar module, omnidirectional antenna, and battery enclosure, and will not go over 50 feet in height. No grading. We're talking about 2970 Hidden Valley Lane, in the county right away adjacent to Toro Canyon Road, and 484 Ortega Ridge Road. And another one on Lily Avenue. Sites are located in the Toro Canyon area, Summerland area. So our last comments on this were, board is concerned with visual impacts of solar panel for Summerland location on Lily Avenue. Explore other locations, even if a new pole would be required. The other item is the 3 other locations are acceptable. Cabinet and conduit to be painted HC40 brown color to match pole on Ortega Ridge. So do we have anything from planning on this before we jump in? Any planning stuff going on here? All right, so if the applicant's with us, please make a presentation and try and stay germane to the 3 items that we asked you to review the last time. Thank you. State your name for the record too.
Yeah, hi, my name is Dennis Hansen. I am an engineering assistant here at the Montecito Water District. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. So I can give a brief general description of what this is about, and then I can go in. Did you want me to go into each site individually? Because it sounded like from the last meeting, or just
I want you to address the ABC, the 3 comments you got in the last, and if there's anything that's changed since the last time, please address that.
Sounds great. I'll do that. All right, so starting with the comments. So comment A, the board was concerned about the visual impact of the solar panel for Summerland location on Lily Avenue, explore other locations. So that's exactly what we did. We kind of scoured the area of Summerland for other places that we could A, put in a new pole, or B, our priority, or what we would prefer to do, is to co-locate on an existing pole. So what we did is we were in contact with Frontier Utilities. That's who we can attach with, who we are allowed to. And they gave us a map of all the different poles in Summerlin. So this map had about 50 or so different poles. Most of them were they co-locate with Edison. When Edison Power has their utility on the pole, we are not allowed to attach to it. So there are 3 poles in Summerlin that we have the possibility of attaching to. One of them, it was a new location, so we tried doing that. We brought out surveyors, got the area, and our radio company did a model on it, and they determined that we'd lose 50% of the customers in the area. So that's not an option for us. The second option for this pole was there's another one on, let's see, what street was that? It was on Colville Street.
So we were concerned with the visual impact of a solar panel on Summerlin location, right? So
Correct.
Did you move it? Did you find a new location or not?
That's what I was getting to. Thank you.
Okay,
So
just tell us what you did. Like, you don't need the whole story about what you let's start there. What did you do?
Gotcha. We explored different options. We determined that we could not find another location that would work for us. So our proposed is to leave it where it was.
Okay, good. Let's leave it at that and see if the board has any questions. Then you can get into more detailed explanations. So,
gotcha.
And were you able to paint the brown color that we like?
Yes, we can absolutely do that.
All right. So, look, I'm going to cut it off there if it's okay, unless there's something else we need to look at. See if the board has any questions about this issue around relocating the Summerlin solar panel photovoltaic.
Yep.
So does anybody have any concerns or questions about that? Any detail on why these guys can't move it where you want it, or which is, I guess, is yet undetermined where it would go?
Yeah, I still think that it looks worse than the first proposal, frankly. It's sitting, right on top of a pole which has no backdrop to it. The objective, on the one that's, I believe, on Toro Canyon Road is nestled in the trees, so it's not so obvious. And this is sitting on top of a pole.
Let's get to a question. Let's get to the question. I'll give you a chance to opine on this, but what is the question?
Well, the question is, why did they make it higher than it was before? I mean, it's worse than it was before.
So let's get the answer to that. Why is it higher than it was before, applicant?
This is the same height that we proposed last time.
Okay. Any other questions, John?
No.
Anybody else have any questions about why this has not been relocated or anything related to this?
I have a question, Mr. Chair. This is called on Valencia. It's called, the folder says Valencia Road. Is that a mistake, or why is it like Valencia Road? That's what the folder says. I don't understand.
Yeah, this location is on Valencia and Lily. The nearest address for the church is a Lily-based address, but the pole is on Valencia.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
So again, the applicant's stating that they've studied other locations and due to technical reasons, they can't relocate it. So do we have any other further questions about any of that? Okay, so we're just judging this based on what's being presented. So do we have any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, or any letters to add to the record? All right, so not hearing any, let's move to comments. So John, why don't you pick it up where you left off? You have some comments for the applicant.
Yeah, well, my objection initially was that the pole is standing by itself with the solar panel very obvious and with no shroud, no foliage around it or anything like that, which is what my initial objection was. And so I still have the same objection before. I mean, it's a bad location.
Okay, got it. All right, Valerie, you want to take a swing at that?
I agree, it's a bad location. It's right next to the school and right next to the church. It's just right in the middle of a heavy used location.
Okay, good. Does anybody else have any comments that are different or in opposition to the two comments we heard from Ms. Froscher and Mr. Verriak?
Well, from a functional standpoint, it sounds like this is the location that it has to be at. Is that accurate?
That's a question going back to the applicant. How do you want to phrase that again? I guess the question is this it? This is the only location we get?
Yes, this is basically it. We tried finding different locations. We could not find anything that would work.
Okay, good. So does that, all right, I guess the only, so it's back to you, Robert. What do you want to say?
I just wanted to verify that that was the case.
Okay, so let's test the waters here. Does anybody want to make a motion for moving this forward? We're not on, we're at not conceptual here, are we? Yeah, so we're preliminary final. Anybody want to make a preliminary or final a motion for approval?
Well, I make a motion to approve the other three and deny this one.
Okay, does anyone want to second that?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, and I'm gonna abstain.
Mr. Chair, under discussion, I think the most egregious thing is the solar panel, not the antenna, right? Is that correct?
I don't know.
I'm asking to the rest of the board. That seems to be the most offensive thing, right? If you look at the the technical documents, engineering
Look, I mean,
drawings.
they can, I guess they can appeal the decision we just made and take it up with another board. So we're not.
No, I mean that the solar panel is to provide juice to this antenna. If there is another way to do it, it would solve the problem. The location would be fine. Am I correct? I mean, I'm trying to figure out. Is that's what I understood?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I know we put people on the moon, so I'm sure we could figure something out. So let's just move on. You guys made your motion, you voted on it, and that's that. So, Paul, let's move on here. Applicant has their decision from us. All right, moving on to let's see, item 9. The Black Opal Ranch, demolitions and rebuilds, new residents, barn, employee dwellings, additions and remodels. So this is a request of Mark Lloyd, LMP Consultants, and Shubin and Donaldson Architects, Robin Donaldson, for the owner, Black Opal Ranch. So we're looking at further conceptual review and demolition of an existing one-story employee dwelling, approximately 959 square feet, and rebuilt of a new one-story farm employee dwelling of apparently 1,511 square feet, conversion of an existing principal residence of approximately 2,163 square feet to a farm employee dwelling, demolition of an existing one-story farm dwelling, demolition of an existing barn of approximately 1,923 square feet, and a rebuild of a horse stable and paddocks of approximately 4,320 square feet, demolition of a one-story employee dwelling of approximately 1,135 square feet, what have I gotten into here? I shouldn't even start reading this. Construction of a new
You
residence.
you don't need to read the whole thing, I don't think.
I'm gonna stop there. I was looking for the main one. Anyway, we got an 8,000 square foot residence, east basement, and so on. So if anybody's interested in the rest of these details, you can read this for yourself or ask questions.
The planner did, just to let you guys know, the planner did put together a memo that tries to be a little more clear with the project description, because I know it's lengthy.
Is that in the file today?
Bingo.
It is.
It's just kind of separated out in bulleted form with the table.
It's on the screen, Josh, if that's easier for you.
Yeah. So okay, everybody's aware of that. All right. Okay, then back to the applicant for a presentation. Then please, identify anything new that we haven't seen, and please kind of address the comments first and foremost, and then we'll look for some questions if there are any. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Mark Lloyd of LMP Consultants representing the applicant. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so perhaps I can summarize where we're at. A few years back, this project, which is a development plan for existing and new square footage that is over 20,000 square feet in the coastal zone, a conditional use permit for existing farm worker housing, which didn't have a previous permit, and a CDP for the actual development of the site. So a few years back, this had gone through SBAR concept approval, and in fact, it had been approved to return for preliminary approval after the Planning Commission hearing for approval of the development plan and the CUP. Subsequent to that, we went to HLAC, the Historical Landmarks Committee, and this site in Rancho Monte Alegre. And I think several of your board members were on the board when the last approval was done. I think Valerie and Alex were members at that time. So this is a 20-acre property at Rancho Monte Alegre in Carpinteria. Has a number of historic structures on it. So the previous SBAR had reviewed all of those structures, had approved us to, as I say, move on to preliminary after the Planning Commission hearing. Subsequent to that, we went to HLAC. The client is restoring an 1888 barn and bunkhouse, and went to HLAC, worked out some details with them on finishes and trims and materials and whatnot. Had completed that, and their minutes recommended approval to the Planning Commission for the project as proposed in the development plan and CUP. And then subsequent to that, the client and architect had re-reviewed the plan since several years had passed, and had decided to rework the interiors and do some other modifications to that. So sort of in summary, before we move on to the Planning Commission with the development plan and CUP approvals, since there are some changes to the main house, basically, we thought it was prudent to bring it back to your board for a reapproval so that we had an up-to-date review and concept comments from your board before going to the Planning Commission. So that's a summary of where we're at. So in a nutshell, I think we're basically here to review the changes that have been made since your last review and concept approval of the main residence. I'm willing to take any questions to explain that further, but if it's all right with you, Mr. Chair, I would turn this over to Robin Donaldson to make the architectural presentation.
Okay, I guess so. It's up to me. Please do.
Thanks, Mark. Mr. Chair, let me, I got a couple of questions for how you might want to go forward. The project was reviewed. Valerie was on the board, Alex Peugeot was, John Verdiak, and we even had Alex Tuttle back then as a senior planner. So there's some institutional memory of this, but obviously new members. And how much do you want to go back through the main house architecture? Because the comments that the planner provided are probably one of the best ways to kind of guide the discussion. And I would just have to say off the top, if you were to set the plans side by side, you probably would notice no difference. The house is 99% exactly what it was before, and when the members made the site visit and so on. So I just wanted to give you some context from our standpoint, how much you want to dig into this.
Yeah, I have one question. Was there any significant comment handed down from Planning Commission after their hearing?
We haven't had a planning commission.
Yeah, so this project has basically been stalled out for the last 7 years, at least on the planning side.
Because one of the last comments on there says return for preliminary approval after Planning Commission hearing. So just clarify that, would you?
Yeah, so because of the length of time that has passed since the last time this project was reviewed by the BAR, and the fact that they have made some changes to the design, we thought it prudent to take it back for another review by your board, by your current board, before proceeding on down the road. So that's why it's back here before today. And unless you object, my recommendation, since we do have a lot of new BAR members and we will be looking to refresh their comments, would be to, even if briefly, go through the whole design.
Yeah, I'm reading the comments too, and my opinion is that, it seems like the focus here was on the juxtaposition of historic structures and modern design. And it seemed that the board at the time was pleased with the solutions that were provided there. So maybe just since, I appreciate what you're doing, Robin. I think if you want to just focus briefly on that topic, and there was this issue about incorporating more sandstone or something like that. The first item, maybe you can pop in on that, and then why don't we bring it back and see if there's any questions, because we're all looking at it. It's a pretty succinct set of documents. I don't think there's any vagaries here at this point that I can see. I'm looking at it. So why don't you take a swing at that, and we'll see if there's any. If there doesn't seem to be a lot of questions, maybe we can move this forward.
Okay. I would, let's start with sheet 1, like we've got there, just so you got a quick context for this. We're on a large parcel. We're not visible, by the way, from any public right-of-way that we're aware of. We're on Rancho Monte Alegre, so it's an internal project in terms of view impacts. We're not sitting up on the top of the hill like 2 projects ago or anything like that. Let's go to the next slide, please. This shows existing roads that are there now. That road that's cutting across there to the left goes onto the parcel. That's looking south, obviously, towards the ocean. This is actually on that further down on the main road in Rancho Monte Alegre, looking to the north at the parcel. And the house will sit behind that rock rubble wall you see there. Sits up above that, up in those, where those trees are up in there. So the site, this is a site plan of the house itself. And, Alex, could you go to the next slide? I think it's the next slide has the overall. So we can see the juxtaposition of this house to the existing barn structure, since that was one of the comments and one of the issues we had before. Do we have that document in there? Maybe it might be in a site plan.
It may be best to go to GP1 of the preliminary grading plan.
Yeah, that sounds good, Mark. There you go. Hopefully this is helpful, so you get some idea of the separation between the main house pad and the existing barn. So if you look at the package and you see all of these structures, there's multiple historical structures. They're wonderful, beautiful, old structures that the client wants to preserve. And we've been through the historic committee to deal with all of that. The board, one of the things we discussed the last time was the separation between the house and the historic buildings. But keep in mind that the proposed materials on our new home are all taken from the language of these historical buildings, but it's been repackaged, so to speak, in a more contemporary language, but it is definitely using kind of the more rural material, vocabulary, and so on that's already found on the site, and we think is appropriate for Rancho Monte Alegre. And when the board was out here before, we walked the site so you could feel that separation. There's trees and there's orange grove and things like that that separate the buildings. You don't even really, you can't see them visually except a little bit of the east elevation. So if anybody's concerned about that. But we like to think that it's fully compatible, and that we would prefer to have a bit of a distinction between our new building and this wonderful historical element, and not try to blur the two. That's the original intention. And I think the board was comfortable with that point of view.
Robin, if I may add to that. So as you can see here, the access to the historical buildings is off of a driveway that comes off of the road, and is separate and apart from the new single-family residential structure has its own residence. This collection of historical buildings dates back to the mid-1880s. There are some significant buildings here, particularly the barn and the bunkhouse, but also a farm worker's house, which is going to be designated as a farm worker's house through the CUP. But what's significant about this is that this is probably the most significant compound of historic buildings in Santa Barbara County. There are other older buildings, old adobes and whatnot, that are just one-off single buildings, but this is a collection of historic buildings, and the applicant client is going to repair those and sustain those, the ones that are of key note, and HLAC was very supportive of that. One of the things we didn't want to do is to have the new residential structure sort of mimic, if you will, in a faux fashion, these historic structures. So number one, we wanted to place it in a proximity that wasn't imposing on the compound its separate entry, its separate disposition from the new single family residence. So not only HLAC, but your predecessor board, agreed with that design concept and locations. And so we're really trying to keep intact the existing situation for the historical structures, and then tuck, if you will, this building site away from those in another distinct location with a distinct entry on this 21-acre property.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark. Let's go back to the SBAR plan set, please.
What sheet would you like?
Let's go to the sheet 4, please, Kelly. There you go. So what we've done is we've brought a driveway in from the west side of the property. You may recall that first photo that we showed that showed a little Y on the road. That's where the driveway comes in off the main road. The idea here is we have a gently sloping site that slopes up. And what we wanted to do was get a parking court behind the house, big enough for a fire truck turnaround. We have parking we've created kind of a U-shaped courtyard. The wing of the building to the north is where the parking is. And then the wing to the east comes down and encapsulates to the south the main structure. When you come into the house, of course, you would be looking at the view to the south. So you'll notice that the massing to the north actually digs into the hill, and the roof is almost at grade, maybe 2 or 3 feet above grade. And then the house kind of slopes out gently towards the south. And then that allows us to kind of flatten the pad a bit, push a little dirt to the south, so that the house sits, kind of nestles into the site. Though keep in mind that we're restricted by a 26-foot height limit. Normally this area could allow 35 feet. The 26 feet has to do with the preservation easements that are in the vicinity, and we're part of the conditions for approving this subdivision back when. So we're substantially below, and that's at 26 feet above grade. You'll see on the elevations. So we've in a sense kind of dug the house in, so to speak, to maintain that 26 feet from existing grade. Let's go to the next slide, please. Slide 5. This just shows the layout of the house here, where you can see the parking structure to the north. There's a workshop in there. There's kind of some support structures. We have a mechanical area enclosed for equipment and so on in that north area. It's all enclosed, so nobody can see it or hear it. Then the wing of the house comes to your right, is on the east side. This is on the lower floor. We have a couple of bedrooms on the lower floor. We've separated with a little water feature the main living area of the house, and you can see how you come in from the north on a kind of entryway to the front door, which then overlooks the living room, which looks out over the pool and so on. That's all level looking out. One of the changes we made from what we submitted before had to do with the basement area. We had a small basement area, and we found in talking to the structural engineer, it was going to make more sense just to make the basement to the perimeter walls pretty much of that structure, that area of that wing of the building, under the dining room and family room, for instance, in that area. So that caused some numbers to go up relative to the basement. We also laid out a structural grid, and the house just scotched literally 18 inches to the south along the family room and the dining room. The pool we reconfigured slightly, but otherwise this plan is pretty much what the board saw before. Well, let's go to the next slide, please. By the way, Mark, that was 7 years and 4 months ago.
Yes, well, we were at HLAC 3 years ago. So
3 years ago, right.
Through the process.
So here we are on the second floor. The second floor, of course, I'm sorry, we're downstairs, basement area here. We're in the basement area here. We've built a basement where the area that expanded was actually this area that's called lounge and mechanical room and storage. Those are the areas of the basement. The basement in the wing to the east has always been there. We've had a gym and a theater and things like that down in the basement. That's all dug down into the hill. The gym does daylight because the house is dropping down. So you'd have that one window there, but actually that's underneath a patio that's up above. So it all steps back. Let's go to the upstairs. Then the upstairs here, we have if you can zoom in a touch. There's a little, a guest suite upstairs, a second bedrooms, actually 2 bedrooms, kid bedrooms, in the wing to the north, storage area, an office, loft, library, and a little sitting area up above. And then we have an outdoor patio. So the area on the second floor reduces, and we have these patio areas up above. Let's go to elevations. Again, this is 99%, almost exactly what we presented before. That's a corrugated, weathering steel corrugated on the siding of the north and east elevation. We also have some wood slatting details in some of the areas where we can see through, and it screens the glass in some of the areas. We have big overhangs to the south. I want to point that out on the south elevation. That was of interest to the board when we presented the last time. We have overhangs in the neighborhood of anywhere from 8, 12 to 16 feet. You can see we've attempted to show the shading of any of the glass facing towards the ocean, keeping, trying to reduce reflection, also just reducing heat load on the building. And the wing, the east elevation, by the way, is the elevation facing towards the historical area. Keep in mind, there's a grove of trees and olive trees, oak trees between the historical buildings, and it must be almost, it's a good 200 feet or something like that before you have this building. I think the sandstone comments had to do with the base here. You see the sandstone base here. There's sandstone on the property we intend to use. And the building is basically a moment frame, a steel moment frame that then gets clad in the wood and steel panels and then infilled with the glass where appropriate. And you see the sandstone chimney, the weathering steel on that wing of the house to the east. So you're looking at the west elevation, that's showing that courtyard as you drive into that courtyard there where you're kind of enclosed in that area there. And that faces to the west. Let's go to the next slide, please. More three-dimensional rendition where you can get a better sense of the big overhangs, the materiality to the south. Is a wood screen, for instance, to the right, shading the glass, patios up above, and then you've got the wing to the right, which is the east wing towards the historical side. And that steps back as it goes up. Next slide, please. Now we get into the historical buildings, and I think they're almost exactly what we showed you before. Very minor comments from this historic committee. And I don't think it would be a good use of this board's time to go through it unless you want to, Josh.
I don't think so.
This is, by the way, is a proposed barn that's adjacent to the old existing barn. We've had a lot of comments from the historic committee about this, about picking up some references to the materials, but again, not imitating the historical buildings. One be able to make a distinction between the buildings.
Robin, if I could add, this is a replacement horse barn for an existing barn that's there.
Oh, yeah.
It was built in 1918. That barn was built because the 1885 barn burned down. That barn was reminiscent of the replacement barn you see here. And so HLAC had encouraged a design that was reminiscent of that 1885 barn. So we're getting rid of the newer 1918 barn for one that has the vernacular of the 1885 barn, which complements the other existing barn and bunkhouse that are across the road from this replacement structure. And HLAC was very supportive of that.
Thank you, Mark. And I think if you want to just click through those, it's fine. You get a feel for it. There's existing buildings, of course, some of which are going to have some internal modifications.
This slide that's shown now, this is an 1881. If you go back to that, this is actually an 1888 old lemon house. But the previous slide was a 1881 home that is becoming is now will be permitted as a farm worker house, and these are remaining intact. So again, to my point, this is quite a collection of historic structures, and I believe the applicant should be complimented for bringing the ones that are in severe deterioration, repairing those and bringing them back.
Good job.
I would just one final comment on the architecture of the main house. if there's any additional questions about the changes, of course, we have that list that the planner prepared. But going through that list, you'll realize that they're not things that have any significant impact on what was originally submitted. And so.
Yeah, so the slide we're looking at now is the historic bunkhouse. As I said, the applicant, it's in some disrepair and failure, and the applicant will be repairing that fully. This is immediately across from that replacement barn. There's an asphalt driveway. And then this slide is just to the south of that bunkhouse, about 10, 15 feet away, is this 1885 barn that we are also repairing. It's got sagging roof lines and framing members and all sorts of little repair, deferred maintenance that has been deferred for 140 years now. And so our applicant is going to bring this back.
Very good. So does that get us to the end of your presentation?
Yeah, Josh, I would just one quick word. We're slated, what we're looking for is supportive comments for going to the Planning Commission to continue our development plan process. Then we would come back to this board. If the board feels if we have enough support on all the architectural elements, we'd like to request to be able to come back preliminary final, just putting that out there if the board's willing to entertain it. And you guys know how we work. We work very carefully on details and so on. So for us, preliminary sort of looks like final. And this concept has been vetted by consultants. So we've had structural and so on look at it and review it. So just to make sure that the concept is a viable concept.
Got it. All right. Well, I'm pretty satisfied on the level of the presentation today. And looking back at the previous comments, I think I got a good picture of this. Does anybody on the board have any lingering questions or need more detail from the presenters to get kind of organized here? Everybody feeling?
Yes. Let's see.
Alex?
What we saw in 7 years ago, I don't quite remember this so well, 7.5 years ago. I was younger then. Did we have, so the house is, what is it, 23,000 square feet or 17,000? I mean, the 6,000 foot discrepancy, does it have to do with the covered balcony, the covered porch? So where is that 6,000 square foot difference between the gross and the net?
Yeah, Alex, it does have to do with, for the development plan, we have to count these overhangs.
Okay,
so that's a calculation particular to the development plan.
And is that what we saw last time? I really don't recall seeing something so large. That's why I'm just asking. Has it grown since the last time, or what's the difference exactly between this and the other one?
Let's go to the planner's memo. I think that outlines it the best, if we could, please. Maybe that'll be helpful, Alex, if we did that. So you can see there the net floor area revisions. Main house previously was 74. 34 revised is the 8,000. That had to do with the structural grid and a couple of rooms that we pushed out. The garage expanded. A lot of that had to do with mechanical area. After talking to consultants, we revised we needed more area, and so we pushed that out. And then there was some in the basement. Oh, I'm sorry, she broke out the mechanical. Okay. Then the basement area expanded. Remember, I talked about it expanding underneath. So I think that accounts for it. And I think I think the question, I don't have the data you have in front of you, Alex, but about the 3,000 square feet. Is that's in this main house square footage, correct?
I was just looking at the plans. They say this is gross net. This is net 17.5, 17.6 almost. And I think the gross is 23 something. 23 and change. I was just wondering if this is a single family residence. Just, excuse my naivete, but how many people live here? I mean, what is this?
It's a family home. Yep.
I see. Okay.
It's a family home, Alex. You know, it's
okay. Fair enough.
All right, any other questions?
I have a question about the glass connector between the two parts of the building. Is it glass roof as well? So the entire thing is glass?
no, actually, good question. No, it has a solid roof over the top.
It
We're
does.
carrying the glass. We're just carrying the glass up past the structure of the roof, the
I see.
supporting structure.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Clarification?
I have one minor
okay.
question. You know, when you did this, when it was, I don't know how long ago, was that before they initiated the subdivision and the CCRs for that?
Oh, no, this is all after the subdivision, CCNRs. This has been reviewed by the association and so on.
And
And
I can add a
Yeah.
clarification to that. The word subdivision was put out. There was not a subdivision that was done here. This was this Rancho Monte Alegre project was a collection of existing legal lots that a previous owner, 2 owners back, had put together. And then back in 2005, I had worked with the owner to put the entire 3,300 acres into a conservation easement, where we gave up development rights on 14 lots. We limited development to various envelopes over the remaining 26 lots, put 3,000 acres into natural conservation easement across the back 2 miles wide of Carpinteria, and allowed for there to be trail connections and whatnot to take you up through the Franklin Trail from Carpinteria High School all the way up to the National Forest lands. We have 300 acres of preserved agricultural lands and a net 40 acres of development within the 26 lots. So this was a significant conservation easement that preserved extensive reaches of the foothill areas of Carpinteria, and has in fact been a model of conservation practices in Santa Barbara County, to the extent that this project was often fashioned on the National Preservation Day that we would have in Santa Barbara, and this was one of the featured projects. So I didn't want to go into all that in the beginning, as I thought we would be limited to the review of this house from our past processing, but that gives you some background of the environmental credentials that this overall property and project has had.
Also, I would add, if you saw the overall master plan, you'd see that this house is kind of sits in the middle of the lower part of the ranch, so to speak. So it's, you know, we're surrounded by private properties, not visible from Foothill Road or anywhere that we're aware of. Just wanted to reiterate that.
Well, your board might recognize you just reviewed lot 12 of Rancho Monte Alegre on the last item, Alan McLeod's project.
Yep.
And then 2 meetings, or last meeting, you reviewed lot 5 maybe, which was, is that your project, Robin?
Yeah, that was my project. That's
which is kind
a
of
couple
across the road from
parcels.
this. Yeah.
Right. It's a couple parcels to the west of this.
Okay, very good. Well, let's close questions for now and bring this back. Do we have any public commenters or members of the public who wish to speak on this item today? Any letters to add to the record from any public members? Okay, but why don't we take a swing? Let's get into some comments about the architecture, and then let's talk about let's talk about how we want to proceed. So I'll let the veterans of this project start. So Val, why don't you go first, and then Alex, you follow.
Okay. Yeah, I remember going to the site, and this site is very nestled down. So I don't have concerns with the scale of the project. I think the materials are great, and I think it is carefully executed to differentiate from the historic buildings. And that they're not right next to each other. So there's a transition space between them. So I'm very comfortable with this. I was good with it before and good with it now. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, and Alex?
Well, I think I let the other people go. In general, I have trouble with large residents of this scale. I mean, it's maybe I'll abstain from this project. I just have a hard time supporting structures of this size as single-family homes. It just seems silly to me. So I will abstain from this project.
Yeah, well, we appreciate that because it has nothing to do with what we're doing here. So thank you. Anybody else have any comments?
I think it's very well done. I reinforce what Valerie said. It does separate from the historic buildings, and I thought they're going to rebuild that area. It's a great idea, and I support the project.
All right, Ms. Grubb.
I support it as well. I look forward to seeing a little bit more detail on the water features because they seem really integral to the project and intriguing, but I don't totally understand them yet. So, but I'm supportive overall.
Okay, and Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I'm supportive of the project. I guess I have a question. Is the landscape plan going to be revisited, or is what you're proposing, is that what was previously brought to the board?
This is what we previously brought forward.
Is there an intent to adjust or refine from this plan?
You mean as we develop the project or prior to the planning commission?
Yeah, as you develop the project. I mean, is this just?
Of course. Yeah, no, that's
okay.
Going to be part of the process. This is a conceptual plan.
Is there any intent to plant any trees on the property around this building?
Well, we're surrounded by trees.
Yeah, if I may, our project proposal also involves replacement of a lot of the existing avocado orchards. They're quite old and have a lot of root rot in them. So we're replanting a good portion of those areas with new root rot resistant avocados.
Yeah, well, I'll say I'm in support of the architectural portion of the project. I think I look forward to seeing some development of the landscape plans and seeing the avocados around it. And seems like you got support from the board before, so it looks like a pretty neat home. Thanks.
All right, well, I don't have anything further to add or subtract from any of that. So I think the next, we send you on your way with what comments we have today. And I think conceptually we're kind of it doesn't sound like we have any work left to do. So my recommendation is that we return with preliminary final on the agenda. And as you stated, Robin, you guys know what you need to bring to that. So we won't have any further discussion on that, but we'll see you then.
Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we're on to item 10, which will be our final item today. So everybody wake up and let's get this one on the road. We've got slow cultivation in Cresco, California. So request of SCS engineers. Further conceptual to demo 3 existing greenhouses, 40,000 square feet. Modify a 267,000 square foot greenhouse. Replacement of exterior sheathing. So we've seen this. This is further conceptually seen this. So is anybody here unfamiliar with this project?
Yes, I think we should get a little go through the memo talking about the appeal to the Board of Supervisors coming on December the 7th, right?
Sorry, yeah, you lost me there. What's going on there?
Well, the project was approved by the Planning Commission, right? And on September 1st, has been appealed, and now it's going to the Board of Supervisors on the 7th of December.
I'm happy to jump into, this is Gwen, I'm the planner for the project.
Oh, good, I was just gonna ask you for you.
Okay, great. Yeah, so you guys may remember this project has been before your board 5 times previously. So between 2020 and 2021, you have reviewed it a number of times. And then the last time this was reviewed was in February 2021 by SBAR, at which time the SBAR had no further comments. The project was approved by the Planning Commission on September 1st, and then an appeal was filed. So as you mentioned, this is now going to be approved or reviewed by the Board of Supervisors on December 7th. And in that time, so since the Planning Commission approval, the applicant has essentially gone through a more detailed review of the project. And as a result, they have some changes that are being made that we wanted to bring back to your board to make sure that they were on your radar for further conceptual review before we go to the board and just get some updated comments and make sure we answer any of your questions.
Okay. So why don't we commence with the presentation?
So this is Nathan Eady, agent for Cresco, and then we have Scott Branch, the architect as well. If it pleases the board, if Leah or somebody can unlock the screen sharing for me, we made a handful of slides that just jump straight to what changed about the project versus the last time the board gave us conceptual review back in February.
Okay, we have it. There we go.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll move quickly. I know it's been a long day for everyone. We appreciate your guys' effort as volunteers. I won't spend too much time on this, as Gwen, our planner, went through it, but the board last saw this in February. In July, as we were preparing to go to Planning Commission, P&D staff asked us if we can relook at the site plan and potentially consolidate a new stormwater basin that we had proposed on the northern fringes of the site with the rest of the stormwater infrastructure. We were able to successfully do that. I'll go over the plans here in a second. Went to Planning Commission in September. They unanimously approved the project. We're currently awaiting appeal and scheduled to go to the board in December. One thing that's useful to note is concurrent with all of this hearing process, we've been hearing from both the board and the community that they'd like to see the visible portion of Foothill where this project takes access cleaned up and improved, even though that's not on the project parcel. So that's always been a part of our conceptual approval, or sorry, conceptual plans that we've been bringing forward to SBAR. But after getting your conceptual approval, we went ahead and green lighted the installation of those trees so that they weren't waiting for the rest of the entitlement and construction process. So this is the Ocean Breeze barn on the adjacent parcel just to the left of the project's entrance gate. This is what it looked like before. This is what it looks like after the tree installation went in. This is the main Foothill view shed. And this is what it looks like with both Cresco installing the large box oak trees and sycamores. And then also Caltrans has subsequently come in and done their revegetation of the right of way as part of their Royal Paradon Bridge replacement project. So all that screening landscaping is already in, and hopefully the community appreciates the much better street frontage while we're waiting for the rest of the project development to move forward. So just briefly, the changes. So the northern stormwater basin was eliminated. We were proposing to replace that with an expanded native plant restoration palette that will help broaden the Arroyo Paradon riparian corridor that's being protected in place. We were able to do that by using a series of retaining walls inside the existing stormwater basins to capture more volume in a smaller footprint. One thing to note is, prior comments that the SBAR has had for us was there any way that we could cut down the amount of soil export? And this helps dramatically with that as well. So we're dropping from originally 9,500 cubic yards of export to a little over 2,000. Moving forward with construction document design, it became apparent to us that we needed to broaden out the interior aisleways slightly in the greenhouse addition that we had proposed. So that's the only structural change, is a greenhouse addition is going to get 3,400 square feet larger. On the scale of the overall greenhouse itself, that's less than a 1% change. In order to accommodate that, we're cutting down from 71 to 65 parking spaces. We'll still meet the code. But really the only element of this project change that might be visible from Foothill, and again, that'll happen behind the Royal Peridot riparian corridor, is we're gaining a lot of space with the elimination of that basin to put in a lot more native revegetation on the northern portion of the site. So here's a before and after site plan. On the left is what was presented to the SBAR back in February. Site plan on the right is what we're asking for conceptual review today. You'll notice that at this scale, the structural changes that are occurring down by the greenhouse addition are virtually unnoticeable because the scale of the buildings. The one thing that is very noticeable is that we lost the basin up here, and that gave us a lot more room to fill in with that native plant palette. Zooming in, so the greenhouse addition that had previously been presented to SBAR and the Planning Commission, we're asking to basically bump out the southern and the eastern walls by 9 and 4 feet respectively. This isn't allowing us to gain any more growing or cultivation capacity in the greenhouse, just giving employees more room to move around between the cultivation benches inside. The basins, we did two things. We added some retaining walls that run more or less along the southern and the western property lines. The face of those retaining walls, due to being sunk down in the basins and set behind the greenhouses, will not be visible from the public view sheds along the Foothill, but really allow us to capture a lot more volume in a much smaller space, and therefore we can get the expanded stormwater volume that flood control has been asking us, while more or less staying within the same footprint that the basins are today. And then this is a vignette of what we're doing here. So this used to be occupied in our design by a large new stormwater basin. Like I said, we've consolidated that into these other areas. Rather than having Ocean Breeze come back in and continue to farm, this has been avocados or other orchards for about 80 years. We're going to go ahead and replant this with a palette of oaks and sycamores, et cetera. So it acts as an extension of the Royal Peridot riparian corridor, which is all being preserved in place to the north. And that's it. So we have the full plan set available for the board's review, but that's the quick visual in terms of what's going to change from what this board saw previously back in February.
Okay, that's the end of your presentation then?
Correct.
Very good. So let's turn to questions. Do we have any questions? Okay, doesn't look like any questions here. So why don't we move to public comment? I believe we have a couple of speakers here ready to speak today. Please state your name for the record when you're ready to go. I think are we going to start with Maureen or
Maureen, when you're ready, you just have to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Maureen. There's actually two of us here, so we're looking at the same computer. So I'd like for the other person to go first.
Sure, go ahead and state your name for the record, and I'll give you 2 minutes. Sorry, I'm going to give you 3 minutes to speak. When you hear if you hear the alarm go off, that means you've exceeded your 3 minutes. So just wrap it up when you hear that. I'll try and turn it off quickly. Okay.
Thank you. James Claffey.
I'm looking at the pictures that were presented just now of the frontage of Foothill Road to the left of the entrance to the project. And those photographs are completely misrepresentative of the actual landscape of that area between the entrance to the property and the fence line with our property. Right now, if you were to see an actual accurate photograph of the area between the entrance to Cresco and our fence line, what you would see is a barren landscape. You would see a pile of dirt. There are a couple of creeping plants on the fence. There isn't a tree in sight for probably 100 meters down into the orchard properly. So, it appears to me that the gentleman who presented those photos, did an extremely skillful job of editing what he's showing you. And, it's deeply disappointing that this sort of misrepresentation can take place willy-nilly. So, I would really appreciate it if the board would actually agree to come and do a site visit of our property line and that area to see the actual truth of what it looks like. Because you're sitting in, and we're all sitting in various rooms around Santa Barbara, and we're being given a visual representation of something that is not accurate in the least. So I would strongly urge you to put on the calendar a time and date to actually come out from wherever you're sitting, visit the property, and see the actual reality of what that looks like. I will tell you, there isn't a single tree between the Cresco entrance and our property line for 100 meters. And what you're being shown is window dressing to make Cresco's project appear, in good faith, something that they're really trying hard to address. This is categorically untrue. 3+ years ago, we were told that all the avocado trees between our property and their entrance would be replanted by Renee Van Wingerden. And that has not happened. And
We're done.
instead, those
You're gonna have to
trees
wrap it up,
were,
sir.
That's fine. Those trees were obliterated.
Okay, thank you for your public comment. Do we have another speaker today?
Yes, this is Maureen Claffey. Let me know when my time.
You'll hear the buzzer go off or the ringing bell. So go ahead. You've
tell
got
me
3
when
minutes.
I'm ready to start, though, if you don't mind.
You tell me as soon as you start
Okay.
talking.
Okay, great. My name is Maureen Claffey. I'm the director of the Save Arroyo Paradon Watershed Grassroots Group. We're an environmental group that, along with the Santa Barbara Urban Creeks Council and a Steelhead nonprofit, oppose this project. Based on our concerns for this project's impact on the adjacent Arroyo Paradon Creek. So all of you have seen me here before. I've spoken. My considerations and my concerns have really involved to an environmental concern, and really with attention paid to the Arroyo Paradon Creek. So a little background on the creek. The Cresco project abuts this beautiful waterway that is officially considered critical habitat for both the federally endangered steelhead trout and the tidewater goby, among other sensitive species. The creek runs from Toro Canyon Park out to sea at Padaro Lane. And based on publicly available watershed information, Arroyo Paradon is already considered an impaired water body due to the degradation caused by the cut flower industry and their accidental discharges and runoff. As well, Cresco's property owner, Renee Van Wingerden, the Van Wingerden Family Trust, is already currently under investigation from Channel Keeper and the Regional Water Quality Board for a recent discharge of wastewater from Myriad Flowers, Ocean Breeze greenhouses into the salt marsh. And that property, Myriad Flowers, is adjacent to Cresco. So we know that there will be discharges. It's a historic problem that's happened with the cut flower industry that's being now continued with cannabis. So my recommendations to this project now are based on the environmental stance that I have, along with those of my environmental land use attorney, Elise Cosart-Daly, David Magny, and Dr. Paul Rosenfeld, and we are together appealing this project to the Board of Supervisors. We ask first that Cresco cover the greenhouse with a material that cannot be permeated by odor at night to prevent the release of odors when the wind will not disperse them. In terms of the higher flood control retaining walls, we are glad that the county is acknowledging that there's a clear problem of flooding at this area. This site was redesignated a high risk floodplain after the 1.9 debris flow, where it was hit very hard with feet of mud. But we disagree that that any kind of cut and fill water basins should be constructed without review by a riparian biologist first, and that has not happened. Also, we disagree with the size of the greenhouse with the increase because this is in the coastal zone, the Toro zone. We believe this should not be, it's already too big and it's inappropriate for this delicate riparian habitat. We ask that you deny the expansion and ask them instead to build their building a little bit smaller if they need extra space for walkways. The vapor phase, the odor control, we ask for vapor phase period and only enclosed greenhouses with carbon filtration. At the last planning commission meeting, that there were 2 planning commissioners themselves that said that vapor phase is not working, period. And we're just
your time's exceeded. So can you start wrapping it up? That's been 3 minutes, please.
Sure. Yeah, we just would like to see the traffic off of Via Real. And most importantly, we would like to see Cresco take an actual approach on habitat mitigation, which means every single plant planted as part of the landscaping plan should be part of native riparian habitat. And last, as James said, the view corridor from our house is a tragedy. So we would like Mr. Van Wingerden to hold true to his promise and bring that site either back to native habitat that's riparian or to an avocado orchard, as he clearly stated that he would. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Do we have any other public speakers that would like to address the board? Okay, and are there any letters to accompany the file today that need to be submitted or have been? Leah, anybody?
Oh, sorry. Kaylee, do you see anything in there? My box crashed.
Sorry, I was muted. There's a memo that I was just going to try to pull up. 1 second. Let me share it.
All right. Did that spur any other further questions or clarifications from any other board members?
I'll ask a question. Does the applicant have any other photos of what was shown of this area that was brought into question by the people making the comments?
I would defer to the applicant. I will coordinate Sabrina Noah, Senior Vice President in Public Affairs for Cresco Labs. I'll work with our agent, Nathan Eady, but the corridor in question is on not our parcel and is owned by a common owner and is.
If you would, just answer the question. Do you have any more photographs of that area? Yes or no today?
We do not have any more today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So there's a letter from Robert Teft. And I'm just reading this. So it looks like as a resident and business owner, I want to support our business in that area. Yeah, as far as made positive impacts. So I believe this is a letter in support. I just want to make sure. Appreciates the quality landscaping effort, aesthetically pleasing design. So this seems like a very positive letter from Robert Teft. So please, board members, if you haven't looked at that, please look at that public testimony as well. That's sitting in the file. So doesn't sound like we have further questions or clarifications being asked for. So why don't we proceed with some comments from the board and figure out where we go next. So I'll let you, Mr. Richards, take the first swing at this.
Well, I think from a landscape perspective of what's proposed, the native planting that's proposed on the site there seems to be an improvement over what was previously proposed, which was, this is the first time I looked at it, but I believe you were saying it was like an infiltration basin. So I think from that standpoint, it's a positive change. I'm a little confused on how to respond with the comments made from the neighbor about the planting there along the street frontage, and the presentation did kind of seem to have like some sleight of hand in terms of how it showed the past to the current. So I don't know if we were looking at some Photoshop images or what. So I'd like to see some more photographs of that area to maybe get up, or I'll drive by there and take a look at it to see if it is actually a problem as the commenters. I think the landscape that's proposed is positive change, so I'll leave it at that.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, I think we're asked to, if I understand this correctly, this board approved the previous, I mean, we're only asked to discuss the changes to the project since the previous approval. It's been approved by the Planning Commission. The applicant decided to make some changes. Staff asked for our opinion on the changes. I think it would make more sense just to concentrate exactly on what has changed from the past approval and comment on that. That seems
yeah, I assume that's what you were saying, Robert. Just to go back to you, is that you're commenting on the changes that were introduced as this last round of.
Yeah, I think the native landscaping is an improvement here with this change.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Alex, well, you're still warm there. Why don't you give us your comments?
Yeah, right. It seems like the expansion of the greenhouse is minimal. But I wanted the opinion of the landscape architects as to the connection of the two stormwater drainage systems, right? Like it's not just the one on the north, but also the one on the west and the south. If that's an improvement over what was proposed before, then we should say that and move on.
Okay, so just clarify your comment, please. Sorry, I lost you there.
It seems that the architectural changes, meaning the expansion of the warehouse of the greenhouse is minimal and it's consistent with what was approved before, and it appears that the landscape improvements with the elimination of the detention basin, it is positive. So that's, I would like the landscape architects to reinforce that.
Okay, good. So Kylie, Ms. Grubb, why don't you jump in there and see if you can help Alex.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the landscape plan. It's a little tricky because that we don't have the actual presentation to go back to click through. But yeah, I agree with Robert that I think it is an improvement to not have that detention basin there. So they have a lot more native buffer zone. I didn't catch what the western drainage plan for the stormwater was to the west that Alex was referencing. So I was just trying to find that in the plan, but.
Can we revoke the sharing privileges here and get Kaylee back in control of the screen, please?
I'm in control, but I don't have the presentation package that the applicant showed us.
I'm sorry.
We only have the plans, so I was just trying to figure out what their new proposal for the stormwater was. But yes, I agree that it's much more desirable to have that native buffer in that riparian zone there. So, and I would also like additional photos of the planting that's been installed.
Okay. Ms. Froscher. We still have Ms. Froscher. Roger. Looks like we lost Valerie, huh? We know that.
I have a question.
Yeah, I don't see
Go ahead. Well, John, go ahead and ask your question and make
Yeah,
comments.
okay,
Somebody
on
tell me-
the original approval that we did before in this project, the greenhouse height was 17.7. And I noticed on their new proposal, it's 18.5. It's only a difference of 10 inches. But is that correct? Are you going to replace the greenhouses entirely? Hello?
Yeah, board member. So I don't believe we are proposing any height changes to the greenhouse, so I'll have to double check that. The bulk of greenhouse one already exists today. And other than recladding it in a different Dynaglass instead of flexible fabric, we're not proposing any structural changes. And then the greenhouse addition being added to that is intended to essentially replicate it in height and scale.
So do you have any comments to add to the discussion today, John?
No.
Okay. Do we have Valerie or is she off?
I don't see her on the list anymore.
I don't see her on the list either.
All right. Can somebody text her to see? I mean, did we know she was leaving or did she drop off unintentionally?
You know what? I am not sure. Let me attempt to open up my email again. It looks like everything I'm trying to open on this computer is crashing, maybe because I'm running Zoom. But give me just a second. Let me try to get a hold of her.
While we're waiting, can I ask a question of the applicant?
Yes.
Just to clarify, so with the removal of this detention basin, what is allowed, now that I can have pulled up the site plan, what is allowing us to do that? Can you just point to the key elements that have changed in the site plan?
Sure, it's easiest to see on the conceptual civil grading plan, which is PDF page 18. So basically what we did was there's already stormwater basins that exist today running along the western and southern fringes of the property. We are going in and regrading those, and instead of them being a sloped side from all directions, we're using retaining walls on the outer edges of them to get vertical depth instead of having an angled earthen slope come down. And that additional volume that we're capturing is allowing us to get more stormwater in a smaller two-dimensional space, if that makes sense.
Okay, so to clarify locations, it's along this edge here.
We're not seeing your screen, but
Oh. It's along this edge here.
correct. Yeah, this is oriented different than the rest of the plans, but that's the western property line. And then there are more retaining walls that will run along the southern property line. Right, so that allows us to achieve a lot more volume in a smaller space. And that allowed us to completely get rid of our proposal for the basin that would have been on the northern portion of the property.
Is it requiring additional vegetation removal to do that?
No, because there are already stormwater basins there. We're just excavating them deeper and installing the retaining walls.
Okay, so there's no screening removed along those property lines to achieve it. Okay.
No.
Very good. So back, do we have Valerie yet?
We do not, but I did send her an email. Also, I just sent you guys an email from Maureen. I think that she sent over a photo of one of the areas that you wanted to view. So if you're
Okay,
interested,
that's fine. We've closed public comment, but if anybody's interested in looking at that, it's there. All right, so I'd like to, I don't know where Lori, I'm sorry, God, I don't know where Valerie's gone to, so I'm just gonna move us on. I hope everything's okay with her. I just wanted to ask Alex Tuttle, can before we move this forward, can you give me some advisement on what you think proper procedure would be moving this forward, or how we want to proceed here? Obviously,
Actually, I'd probably defer to Gwen on that. I think she's
sorry.
tracking more closely the process on this one than me.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry. Gwen, are you still with us?
Yeah, are you asking because Valerie's not here?
No, I'm asking about, so we're on further conceptual.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to understand, we're in a position, so this, if I understand this correctly, this went on an appeal and then it got revised and now, or there was a request for a revised design. It's been sent back to us for another review. And so we're in a position to approve this, right? And then that can become an appealable decision again, I assume? Or how is this working?
So, yeah, so what we're asking today is for further conceptual review.
Mhm.
So I don't believe that that is an appealable action. Maybe Alex can correct me on that, but this
it's
is just
not.
review.
I'm not, yeah, but is it, what do we want this? I guess I didn't ask that, right? I'm sorry. How's this going to come back to us? Like, do we have this come back on preliminary final? Is
Yeah.
that the next step?
Yes, yeah. Yes, this will come back. If approved by the Board of Supervisors, then yes, this will return for preliminary and final.
Okay, and Alex, Tuttle, do you have our comments in hand? Is that clear? Do we have
All I got
anything?
I just got changes to the landscaping to add native buffer appears to be an improvement over prior proposal. Changes to the greenhouses from the prior proposal are minimal and consistent.
Okay, Alex, and I guess Peugeot and Robert, those are acceptable comments based on what you guys had said? Yeah, okay.
I think we should have the comment that there should be confirmation that the landscaping was installed per plan, since they're not proposing.
Mr. Tuttle, can you add that? And Ms. Chris, do you have something else, Mr. Robert?
Yeah, could you pull up sheet number 25 on here in this? I just want to point out that they're showing existing bamboo that's right along this property line. That appears, okay, yeah, right there where you were just showing those basins are going right up to the edge of the property line. And then the landscape plan is showing an existing bamboo screen that appears to be in that area where they're proposing these basins. So I think there needs to be some confirmation that screening can, exist there when they make these changes to put that basin in. Because right now it looks to me like it's conflicting with the plans.
Can you kind of form that into a comment for Mr. Tuttle here?
The applicant should make some confirmation that the existing bamboo screening can be retained with the newly proposed retention basins.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, so if there's no further comments or discussion on this matter, I'm going to close it. And that brings us to the end of our agenda today.
Can I just ask for one clarifier?
Absolutely.
Kaylee, your comment that confirmation that landscaping was installed per plan.
As stated by the applicant, I guess. Yeah. Confirmation that planting was installed per plan as stated by the applicant.
Which I guess which approval would that have occurred under?
It's on the plan they implied that they installed it per this proposed plan was my understanding, but it was a little confusing.
Yeah, I think to help with that, I think we're talking about the portion of landscaping along the foothill frontage entrance to the property.
Okay.
Okay, good. So I think that concludes our agenda for today. Thank you for the applicants on this particular project. So, all right, any final discussion amongst the board here before we sign off today?
No.
Okay, we find out what happened to Laura or Valerie, sorry. No? All right.
Yeah, I'll touch base with her after the meeting just to make sure everything's okay.
All right. Okay. If we don't have any further business to discuss, does anybody like to make a motion to adjourn?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's it for today. See you guys next week.
Thanks, everybody.
2 weeks. Good job.